Antisemitism and Social Cohesion is now in session.
Do sit down. Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Commissioner, the first witness today is Ms. Elfa Moraitakis. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say it.
Yes, thank you.
Could you please state your full name for the Commission?
Elfa Moraitakis.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the Chief Executive Officer of SydWest Multicultural Services, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 24 August 2026. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement with doc ID STAT.899.000100672_R.
Yes, the statement will be received as an exhibit.
There are two annexures to that statement. The first is the SydWest Multicultural Services submissions to this Commission at sub.0001.003.0229, and annexure B is a summary of key findings from a Think Social Cohesion Summit with doc ID STAT.899.000100670. I tender both those annexures.
Yes, each of the annexures will also be received as exhibits.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Moraitakis, you have been the CEO of SydWest since 2016, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have worked at SydWest since 2009?
Yes.
Your career has been dedicated to the community sector with a particular focus on supporting culturally and linguistically diverse communities, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You have also served on several community sector boards and advisory bodies and are currently a member of the Multicultural New South Wales Advisory Board, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you provide a brief overview of SydWest Multicultural Services as an organisation and the work that it does?
SydWest Multicultural Services is embedded in community. We are 41 years old, and we started as a local place-based settlement provider back in 85. And since then we provide a range of services for vulnerable multicultural communities across Greater Western Sydney, from in-home aged care, disability support, settlement and refugee support, women and family services, youth services, homelessness support, and we are considered as a thought leader in the region. Government departments, our local MPs, all levels of government come to us when they need to understand what multicultural communities' challenges, opportunities are faced with, and we are there to provide direct support. Our organisation is mainly a fee-for-service, but we are also relying on both Commonwealth and state funding for a range of those services.
Ms. Moraitakis, one of the services you mentioned at the beginning there was settlement services. Would you be able to explain what settlement services are?
Yes, of course. So settlement services are funded by the Department of Home Affairs, and they are all about assisting new and emerging communities and a range of different visa types, but especially humanitarian support entrants that are settling in the area with day-to-day activities. So from economic participation, assistance to find job, from resume writing support to connections to other communities, school, education, language proficiency, the way that the Australian way of life is all about, and basically educating them on how to be a valuable part of the broader Australian community. It is a voluntary program, and it runs after the humanitarian support program, where people are picked up on arrival and they stay within the program for 1 year, and then they voluntarily come across our SETS programs.
In your statement, you have described settlement support as early intervention infrastructure and that it can support social cohesion. Could you expand on that?
Yes, of course. Through the settlement program, there are a lot of initiatives that are happening to bring communities together. And what we see on the ground is that all new and emerging communities come along with a great desire to give back to the hosting country. They are looking at opportunities to volunteer, they're looking at any opportunity to renew the qualifications that they come in with, because there's a lot of refugees that come in highly skilled and highly qualified, and allowing them an easy access to recognizing those qualifications and allowing them access to get into jobs equally like the rest of the community provides to them a great sense of belonging, which doesn't just stop at a feeling, but it is also meaningful, and it means that, you know, that we have more and greater happy families settling in the region. I think also that organizations like SydWest, that we consider we are a big part of the civic infrastructure, supports a lot of intercultural activities, and we do that not just in the settlement space but across all the services that we deliver, and in that way you actually bring people together to get to understand and get to know each other, and people feel that once they do understand and they see where each one of us is coming from, this is when bonds are created, and this is how people connect.
Beyond that sphere of settlement services, what are some of the other ways that SydWest works to promote those intercultural engagements you've just mentioned?
I can talk about our women and families programs. I can talk about our youth programs, where we bring young people together from a variety of different cultures, women and families through mothers and parenting groups, where collectively they understand the parenting standards of Australia and what is expected from them, but they have an opportunity to get to hear from each other on their own experiences, on their own cultural biases and norms that they bring in the country, and they allow themselves to have those conversations. And these also are the initial entry points where people can disclose a lot more challenging experiences that they might have, where we can intervene and provide additional support. But it is there where those, as I said before, those bonds are created between people. We also have the largest language-specific seniors social support program in the region. 27 or 29 groups of language-specific senior social support groups. We do a lot of activities with them. I actually recall quite a few years back, we had the Bhutanese settlement in the area, a small settlement in Blacktown, and the majority of the people that settled were actually seniors that were coming out of refugee camps. They were in their 80s, and these were people that lived in camps for over 25 years, so spoke no English, had no understanding, not even on how to do shopping. So the support that we had to provide was a lot more intensive than we do with other communities. So I remember the first time we had a Christmas party and we brought different groups of seniors together. It was the first opportunity that the Bhutanese seniors had to come close up to somebody that was different than them, and they were dancing on the dance floor, but intentionally approaching people, looking at them, and smiling at them. So I think these are the opportunities that organizations like us offer to people, to come together. No language. And I suppose at this age it is very difficult, to learn a new language, but a willingness for people to connect regardless of, the language skills or the background.
You referred a little earlier to the role community organisations such as SydWest play as part of civic infrastructure. Could you explain what you mean by that and how you work together with different levels of government?
Yes, of course. We are currently working with Parramatta City Council, for example, under the social cohesion grants that the New South Wales state offered to local councils. Our partnership is about bringing people together to have conversations to inform councils' social inclusion plan, or to complement their plan. And when I say community, I don't necessarily refer only to multicultural communities. I include our First Nations people in that conversation as well. We recently had a staff from Census that came in and assisted people to fill in, their census forms. We apply for small grants to make sure that we educate people on the different levels of government that we have in Australia. It's hard for us to navigate it, let alone for, new and emerging communities, because people don't understand where the responsibilities fall. People don't necessarily know that a hospital matter is a state matter, or an NDIS matter is a federal matter, and not, your local council's matter. So we run small surveys and we produce booklets with information for them to keep supporting that knowledge that they need to have as citizens of the country.
I understand that you've described SydWest both as assisting in translating policy to the local community, but also to help support coordinated response across different sectors and communities. Is that correct?
Yes.
I understand that through your direct work with the community, you have recently heard consistent reports of growing social division, increased experiences of racism, anxiety about belonging, and declining trust in institutions. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I understand that since 2020, SydWest has convened a monthly forum with community leaders from a range of different communities, in part to discuss these issues. Is that correct? Could you give the Commissioner an indication of the breadth of the members of these monthly fora?
The Community Leaders Forum started in 2020 when COVID hit. It was important for us to make sure that communities on the ground were receiving accurate information, and we were bringing in, depending on what was happening at the time, we were bringing in health professionals, tax professionals to provide that information. And then the forum operated, the leaders operated as ambassadors, so then each leader had the responsibility to filter that information through to their community, and then each community member had the responsibility to keep spreading the word to avoid misinformation. And that way, I think especially Blacktown, when the narrative around multicultural communities again at the time was quite negative, it was the first LGA that hit its vaccination targets, really high vaccination targets. Since then, we keep convening the Leaders Forum every month to make sure that any concerns, any trends are emerging, so hearing directly from the leaders. It has been proven a very successful forum, because again, this is the forum that we reached out to now to hear and find out about community sentiment, find out about any cases of racism and what was happening on the ground. And we do know that post Bondi, of course. We had Ramadan. We heard a lot of incidents during that time. There was a lot of uneasiness. Families were fearful. People stopped going to work, especially women that were identifiable. There was a lot of hurt in the community. So it is an incredibly valuable forum where we get a lot of insights on what is happening on the ground.
When you say women who are identifiable, are you referring to women wearing a hijab?
Yes, of course, yes. And coloured women as well.
The leaders you speak about who attend the monthly forum, how do you identify the leaders within the various communities?
They could be faith leaders, they could be elderly, as they call them, but they are people that are well respected within their communities, and that we know that their word counts when they speak in the different forums within their own communities. And they are people that really actively participate within the particular communities, and those communities could be Afghan, could be Iranian, Iraqi, Sudanese, South Sudanese, a great variety of different communities.
You referred a few minutes ago to your awareness of increasing feelings of division within the community in Western Sydney and to a lack of trust in institutions. And then you told us about the feelings of concern after the Bondi attack. Was the sense of division something that you were aware of before the Bondi attack?
No. It is an uneasiness that came after the Bondi attack.
And what do you put that uneasiness down to?
I think that post Bondi, unfortunately, specific communities were used as scapegoats, and they were used as part of the political debate, and this made people very uncomfortable. And we saw people just going on with their daily lives, but avoiding having conversations. They wanted to, go do their day-to-day business, but not necessarily be seen or being involved in any discussion. What was evident, though, from what we saw was that we could not see the attack. We could not see the attack to the Jewish community separate from any other community. So we saw that it was a given that the community was hurting, but then the rest of the communities were hurting as well. So, and I think the sense that came out of all our little poll surveys was that if one community hurts, really the whole of the Australian society hurts. You can't see it separately than the rest of the community.
You are aware that going back well before the Bondi attack to the 7th of October, when Hamas penetrated into Israel and attacked civilians,
yes,
that the following night in Lakemba, there were widely publicised celebrations of that attack. How does the community address that sort of division?
The community does not like division. This is something that comes up in our conversations on a daily basis. People want to feel that they integrate in Australian society. They want to feel a sense that they belong. They want to feel a sense that we are all equal against one another. And they don't discriminate between one community or another. A few years back, we had one media channel that visited Western Sydney that was actively looking for stories, negative stories, stories of division, stories of racism. They tried really hard. It did not come out. Up until a few years ago, in Blacktown alone, we had community leaders walking the streets with police, with our Blacktown local area commander, and it was an intentional move for communities to see each other, and younger people especially, to see community leaders together with law as well, to break down those stereotypes and those misconceptions that some people have that communities operate separately. And it was so successful and it worked so well. It used to happen up until COVID. So I think, in short, to answer your question, community doesn't like division and they live well with each other.
Yeah. Returning to the monthly forum with the community leaders, in your evidence you identify that those four have identified some opportunities for strengthening social cohesion, as well as identifying some of the recent divisions. Are you able to give any examples of those opportunities for strengthening social cohesion that have been identified?
Yes, I think that a lot more intercultural activities that will contribute to those early intervention programs that we talk about in our submission. There's a bit more work that needs to be done until we finalise the summit report, but I believe that what came out of the summit and what is important is that we should stop talking to the already converted. We should make an attempt to reach out to those people that are not part of this conversation and have disengaged. And I think working closely with organisations like SydWest, with local councils, we know that the real work, social cohesion and belonging, happens in our workplace, in our schools, in our playgrounds. I think it's those partnerships that need to tighten up for more opportunities and activities to happen on local, or in local places.
When you referred to the summit, is that the Think Social Cohesion Summit that was convened in Parramatta last month?
Yes, it is.
I understand SydWest was one of the co-conveners of that summit, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the aim of that summit?
The aim of the summit was to bring together researchers, community leaders, academia, government departments, politicians, to have a conversation, and not necessarily to identify what the problem was, but understand the role of institutions and everyone's responsibility really in supporting social cohesion, and provide a bit of a roadmap to government to inform and influence future policy. The summit came about really because we saw that feeling of an uneasiness, and we considered it our responsibility to come together and have that conversation to support government, not just have a conversation.
I understand that the work coming out of that summit is ongoing, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Turning then to the recommendations SydWest has for this Royal Commission, I understand there are 5 recommendations that were made in the submissions to the Commission. One of those was to fully implement the Multicultural Framework Review and the National Anti-Racism Framework. Are you able to expand on that recommendation?
Yes, of course. I think that the government has already invested in the review and the development of the anti-racism framework. Full implementation will give us data that we very much need. I think that data, or it will give us standards to start with, but also it will allow transparency It will provide community with a lot more clarity around reporting requirements, and it will give us a very good idea on what specific initiatives we need for more early intervention programs. And I think that another area that we need to look at is the digital platforms. We know that community and especially youth are using online platforms a lot to receive their information, and this is where all the misinformation is coming from. So I think it will strengthen our institutional accountability if we look into all those recommendations. In addition to that, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits, especially from the anti-discrimination framework, that we could immediately start, especially in schools, and embed programs where anti-racism campaigns are happening, or anti-racism education is happening in schools, and together with the knowledge and understanding of multiculturalism on the country and First Nations people's history.
You say in the statement that as a country we need a new narrative around social cohesion and the value of diversity. What is that new narrative?
I think that communities or multiculturalism is being attacked at every opportunity and is being used in public debates all the time. The language matters, and I think that if we start using a language and create a narrative where multiculturalism and diversity is seen as a strength and not as a deficit, or when we're talking about social cohesion, we're not talking about safety and security, but we're talking about all the positivity that comes out of community, is important. And as I said before, it is not something that creates just a good feeling and a feeling of warmth. It is something that needs to be filtered through all our institutions, all levels of governments, and be seen as something that, if we create the structure, the legal and the structure that we require, that underpins everything that we do.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, I call Mayor Alex Makin.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do. Thank you. Yep.
Could you please state your full name?
Alex Makin.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 21st of August 2026.
That is correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement. It has doc ID stat dot 89.0001.0668, as well as the accompanying submission of Port Phillip Council sub .0001.0002.7913.
Yes, thank you. Each will be admitted as an exhibit.
You are the Mayor of the City of Port Phillip, which is a municipality within the state of Victoria, situated on the traditional lands of the Kulin Nation.
That is correct.
And you were elected as Mayor in November of 2025, after having been a councillor with the municipality since November of 2024.
Correct.
And before serving for the City of Port Phillip, is it right that you'd previously been a councillor and then for a period the Mayor of Maroondah City Council?
That's right. Correct.
Your professional background includes private sector experience in business and marketing consulting and strategic management in the not-for-profit sector.
That's right, correct.
You've described the city of Port Phillip in your witness statement as culturally rich, vibrant and diverse in terms of its population. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the area is located in Melbourne's inner south, and it extends along around 11 kilometres of the Port Phillip Bay foreshore.
Correct.
There is a resident population, you've said, of close to 113,000 people, and the area receives around 3 million visitors a year.
That's right. We have both a strong and growing residential population as well as also a very strong visiting economy as well.
And you've estimated that around a third of the municipality's residents were born overseas.
That's correct.
And amongst its many other communities, the city of Port Phillip has a visible and diverse Jewish community.
Correct.
And you've noted that the Jewish community in the municipality has contributed significantly to the social, cultural, historical and economic life of the municipality, and that it's also home to the Jewish Museum of Australia.
That's right, correct.
And you've noted that in recent years, concerns about anti-Semitism within the Port Phillip Jewish community have increased significantly.
Definitely, correct.
As councillor and then as mayor, what have you been hearing from members of the Jewish community in Port Phillip?
We've been hearing both anecdotally as well as also through our consultations into our multicultural strategy, into our Ripley Place plan, which is an area of significant number of Jewish people. An increased level of anxiety and concern around safety and a feeling of being excluded, to the point where a number of members of the Jewish community will talk about hiding visual artefacts that identify their following of Judaism or their identification as someone of the Jewish community.
And is it right that the Adas Israel synagogue, which was firebombed in late 2024, sits within the Port Phillip municipality?
Yes, it does. That was actually one of the most significant incidents a month after the current council was elected, and a year later we then experienced Bondi in December 25 as well.
At paragraph 15 of your witness statement, you've remarked that you consider that local government occupies a unique position within Australia's system of government when it comes to supporting community well-being, strengthening social connection, and also helping communities to navigate periods of uncertainty and disruption. Would you like to expand on that remark?
Definitely. Local government is the closest form of government to communities who live within the municipality, and also communities that enter the municipality. I mentioned before the significant visitor economy that exists within the city of Port Phillip. We are the nexus between government policy and the outreach into community. And that's where I see an integral role for local government to be part of the way that we can strengthen social cohesion. If we look at social cohesion as basically the national consensus around democracy, freedom of law, and also that sense of belonging, it is local government where that belonging is facilitated. I know you've had evidence from the Scanlon Foundation talking about the Social Cohesion Index and that importance of belonging. And each of those indicators reaffirm the importance of local connections. A number of speakers in Block 9 will be discussing various different initiatives, and the witness just before discussed several of those. And many of those will be interfacing in some shape or form with local government. This is why local government needs to be seen as an integral part of the initiatives that come out of this commission, and how the federal government can interface directly with local government to support strengthening of social cohesion.
And you've emphasised in your witness statement the particular role that local government is able to play when it comes to responding to critical incidents. And you've referred, by way of example, to the response mechanisms put in place by the city of Port Phillip in the wake of the Adas Israel synagogue fire. What role was the council able to play after that event?
The council performed a number of roles in the aftermath of the Adus Israel firebombing, including the symbolic leadership. Both the then mayor and the ward councillor were there on site, speaking and supporting communities, as were many other members of the council group, as well as also supporting the rebuilding efforts and the ongoing support in the community. So we appointed a dedicated liaison officer to support the community through that time of need, both in terms of the planning process to rebuild the shore, but also in terms of other community building initiatives, including a vigil that was held just a day after the event. And it shows how rapidly local government can respond. Local government has a very significant emergency management function, and I'm sure you'll hear more of that when you interview the Mayor of Waverley Council. But we are the level of government that has that agility, being on the ground and knowing the communities that are affected and knowing how to work within communities to build trusted relationships.
And you've commented in particular in your statement on the value of having established community relationships before crisis arises. Is that right?
Absolutely, and that is where, once again, local government knows its local communities. So we know the diversity within our communities. And I think often there's a challenge in Australia that when we look at particular cohorts, we tend to view them in a very homogenous type fashion. The Jewish community is incredibly diverse, as is the wider Port Phillip community. We understand that diversity and can work within that diversity to reaffirm and reinforce a sense of belonging and building and strengthening that belonging in our community, both within communities and also within the broader municipal context.
And in relation to the theme of reaffirming a sense of belonging, you've reflected in your witness statement on the importance, as you see it, of visible leadership in reassuring communities, including but not limited to when it comes to condemning anti-Semitism. And in that respect, I understand that you personally assisted with the messaging that was released by the City of Port Phillip Council following the Bondi attack. Are you able to comment on the importance that you saw in relation to the messaging at that time?
Yeah, definitely. The City of Port Phillip and the neighbouring Glen Eira City Council have the highest share of people that identify as Jewish within Australia. So on the evening that Bondi occurred, the CEO of City of Port Phillip contacted me and discussed commencing our emergency management response. I also spoke with our neighbouring mayor from the City of Glen Eira, or Glen Eira City Council, and we started to coordinate a joint statement, firstly between our two councils to show that we stand in solidarity with our communities, and from there that actually grew to a broader Victorian-wide statement of solidarity for our Jewish communities. And this is where my previous experience in local government came in handy. I was able to contact a number of mayors right throughout Victoria, to the point where we had 85% of all councils signing up to that statement. Often there's critiques about local government taking time or getting sort of bogged down in the detail. We had 85% of Victorian councils, there's 79 councils within the state of Victoria, 85% of those councils sign on without reservation to that joint statement in 3 days. And that really reinforced how the Victorian community was rallying behind our Jewish community, but also the need for greater belonging and social cohesion.
And I might just read out the last two paragraphs of that joint statement, if I may, and you've included it within the City of Port Phillip submission as an annexure. The last two paragraphs read, "To our Jewish community we say, we see you, we stand with you. This is your home and you should not feel afraid. Now more than ever, our role as councils is clear: to bring people together, promote social cohesion and build inclusive communities. We will continue to work every day to stamp out anti-Semitism and hate and to ensure our cities remain places of safety, respect and belonging for all. Together we stand united against hate." Are you able to comment on any feedback you or your council received in relation to that joint council statement?
The feedback within the Jewish community and also the wider Port Phillip community was exemplary in realising that local government has a role to play, that local government is willing to stand up for our communities and to show everyone that they are actually valued and that they are part of our community. You know, the Jewish community in particular had been feeling significantly isolated, and that statement had an impact in showing that our Jewish community belongs. And our Jewish community is integral to the city of Port Phillip and also to further afield in the state of Victoria. You know, some of the first councils to sign to the joint statement were regional councils which would not have a significant Jewish population, but they realised the need for humanity. You know, local government in this context realised that we all need to be more human.
And you've outlined some of the other initiatives that Council has undertaken of late to build understanding, inclusion and connection across its community as part of what you've described as a longer term preventative approach. And I'd like to ask you about a few of those initiatives and activities. The first that you reference at paragraph 26 of your statement is the Council's multicultural strategy for 2026 to 2031. Are you able to outline what that strategy or mechanism is intended to do and how the Council has been approaching its development?
Yes, certainly. So our multicultural strategy is really designed to look at the growing diversity within the city of Port Phillip. So both our existing diverse communities, including the Jewish community, and ensuring that there once again is a sense of belonging both within that community and within the wider municipality, but also the increasing diversity that is being experienced in the city of Port Phillip. And often what we find, and you know, there's plenty of examples of this throughout history, often what we find is when one community is under attack, it follows on others. And that is why we were proactive in developing a multicultural strategy that looked at how we can support our diverse communities.
And you've reflected on a process of co-design in relation to that strategy. Can you expand on what that has involved?
Yeah, certainly. So the co-design included a series of targeted workshops with particular cohorts, including our Jewish community, as well as also wider community consultation. What was really startling for me in that consultation, and this was also reinforced in the place planning for Ripponlea, were the number of primary school students who identify as Jewish highlighting safety concerns. Now, when I was an 8, 9, 10-year-old, safety would have been the furthest thing from my mind. I'm not sure what I was thinking at that age, but it certainly was not, you know, am I safe in the community? And it really highlights once again why local government is an integral partner here. Why local government is the way to actually help build belonging and cohesion.
And on the topic of safety, you reflected later on in your statement on the role that council is able to play when it comes to placemaking processes, particularly around planning measures like lighting or physical security barriers. Is that right?
That is correct, and a good example of this is a methodology of CPTED crime prevention through environmental design. So if we look in an area like Ripponlea where there's a public garden and one that is in a very prominent Jewish area, it's really important that those placemaking initiatives where there's mitigations like, say, vehicle mitigation methods, that are actually built in that design phase, so they actually serve a function beyond just a safety function. Because, you know, the challenge when we just focus on safety is it sort of reinforces that exclusion. It reinforces that this is a community under threat. When you can actually build that in at the design phase, and this is another opportunity for the federal and state governments to support local government, when you undertake those initiatives at a planning and design phase, you can incorporate it into the design elements without it looking like, but so it's integrated and connected to the broader sense of place. And that's integral when we want to improve overall safety without actually making it blatantly obvious.
Another measure that you have described, and this is at paragraph 30 of your statement, that the City of Port Phillip is engaged in, is an incorporation of the Victorian Government's values statement and commitment to social cohesion in Council's funding frameworks. Are you able to explain what that is intended to achieve? Yeah,
definitely. And you know, I'm really proud of this achievement. It actually came about due to a coincidental conversation I had with the then Victorian Multicultural Commissioner. and I was discussing how do we as a funding body set the expectations around the organisations that we provide grants to. And at the time, the Multicultural Commission was undertaking work on the Victorian Value Statement and Commitment to Social Cohesion. That work had just been finalised, and I incorporated, through the support of my council colleagues, we now incorporated into our funding and grant arrangements. So what that means is that when we as a funding body, and councils contribute a significant amount of funds, our social cohesion funds alone are about $250,000, let alone our broader community grants programs. When we provide those funds, we also set the expectations that the organisations that we fund will commit to social cohesion, belonging, and not exclude members of our community. What was really encouraging about the consultation process on this is that organisations have actually welcomed it, because organisations want a clear rulebook. And the commitment, the value statement and commitment to social cohesion provides clear expectations around what is acceptable and what isn't, in terms of cultural diversity, in terms of religious diversity, in terms of gender diversity, in terms of a whole range of factors that we set the expectations that our organisations that we support through funding will be inclusive and welcoming.
And under the funding models that are currently in place, or that perhaps the council is looking at putting in place, can you comment on the sort of recourse that might be available to council in a situation where a grantee is found for one reason or another not to have been in alignment with social cohesion objectives?
Certainly. So that recourse would include aspects like culturally responsive education and training and workshops, through to worst case scenarios or repeated offence where council could potentially have that lever of removing funding if required. So it gives council that ability to once again set expectations, but also have a method of recourse should we need to have it. And that's the significance of this alignment with the values statement. It also means that we're aligning ourselves with the state standard, and it also is one that I understand a number of councils are looking at as well. I believe, for example, Glen Iris City Council now requires a similar methodology. So it gives us as a funding body the ability to undertake that recourse. And look, hopefully we'll never need to use it, but it's there in case we do.
If you learnt that a group you were proposing to fund had refused to include, say, a Jewish musician as part of a program, that would be a clear reason for you to not approve the funds, or if they had been approved, to withdraw them.
That would certainly give us recourse to act appropriately, definitely.
You've also described the council having put in place a dedicated Jewish immersion program for its staff. That's at paragraph 35 of your statement. What's that program designed to do?
That program is designed to build an understanding of our Jewish communities. Councils, by their very nature, are very much focused on service delivery, and it's around building that understanding of our Jewish community and also that cultural awareness. So that is a program that the City of Port Phillip is extremely proud of, and really reinforces our understanding of communities and also our commitment to understanding communities as well. So alongside our Jewish immersion program, we also undertake, or the staff also undertake, similar training in understanding our LGBTQI plus communities as well, of which there's also a very significant population in the City of Port Phillip too, as well as other diverse cohorts too.
You've also referred to a range of other events and initiatives that are hosted or facilitated by council to strengthen social cohesion, including activities at libraries, community centres, festivals, sporting clubs, or faith communities. That's covered at paragraphs 51 to 58 of your statement. Can I ask you to pick up on a couple of examples of those initiatives and why you think that they help to contribute to community inclusion and belonging?
Yes, certainly. And one of the core functions of local government is building a sense of place, and often that is through the places that we provide for community to come together. So whether it's libraries, whether it's community centres, whether it's sporting grounds. And I know through this block you once again have heard from many different community organisations, art organisations, sporting organisations. Many of those will be interfacing in some way with local government, whether it's through a venue, whether it's through grants, whether it's through the networks that local government has. Those places enable community to come together. And when you look at the research of the Scanlon Foundation and the academic research you heard in some of the earlier blocks, the need to break out of echo chambers is quite clear. And it is actually bringing community together that enables us to do that. It enables us to be, once again, to be more human. That is the role of those community centres, the libraries. And the great thing about this is it's community-led, because this needs to come from community. Council has a clear role in facilitating and empowering, but it's community learning from community that will lead to change and an improvement in social cohesion and belonging. Council is the agile body that can help facilitate that. We need to be able to we need to be resourced to be able to do that effectively. A great example is and one that Council directly supports, is the Ask the Rabbi at the St Kilda Festival, held in February each year. The St Kilda Festival attracts 350,000 people on an annual basis. So both within the city of Port Phillip, but also across Melbourne and arguably across Victoria. One of the challenges, given the current security concerns, is why we could mention that we had the Ask the Rabbi stall at the festival, we couldn't actually mention the specific location due to security concerns. But it provides a fantastic way of actually enabling people who may not encounter Jewish people on an ongoing basis to actually get to know someone who follows Judaism, someone who identifies as Jewish, and actually get to know people. Because once again, it is human to human connections that will enable us to actually improve cohesion and enable us to improve and strengthen a sense of belonging.
Another practical measure that you've touched on in your statement is the role that the local council plays in removing graffiti, and particularly instances of racist or anti-Semitic or sexually offensive or otherwise hate-motivated graffiti. Is it right that in the 12 months or so to the 31st of March 2026, Council received requests to remove around 565 instances of that kind of graffiti material?
That is correct. So we received a total of 3,273 requests. 565 of those were deemed racist, anti-Semitic, sexually offensive or otherwise hate-motivated material, and that we're seeing this increasing as well.
Does Council have particular timeframes that it sets for itself in terms of clean-up action where those requests are documented?
Yeah, we have a rapid removal time frame for graffiti that is deemed to be offensive, and that is typically within 4 hours. The challenge here is private property, which Council does not have remit to remove, and that often requires consent of the landowner. This is a particular challenge in private property that might be facing public spaces. So, properties or fences that are facing parks as an example, and that becomes a real challenge in Council's response. But certainly if it's public property, Council removes it very quickly. We do have some case studies of where we've been able to work in cooperation with private landowners to remove graffiti rapidly, including a property in Port Melbourne where we were notified on a Friday evening. We were able to work with the landowner to get that graffiti removed extremely promptly. But this is a limitation in terms of Council's graffiti removal. And once again, there's been an increase in anti-Semitic graffiti, but we're also seeing an increase in graffiti that's offensive to LGBTQI plus communities and other communities as well. It reinforces that when one community is under attack, it gets followed by attacks on other communities.
In paragraph 45 of your witness statement, you've expressed the view that there would be considerable value in a consistent and shared measurement framework that draws on local government data, police records and community reporting as those sources relate to social cohesion. Are you able to expand on the kind of framework that you have in mind?
Yes, certainly. Local government obviously collects a lot of data. We collect data in terms of the consultations that we undertake, and I gave the anecdote of the filling of primary school students as part of that, but also the data that we collect in terms of graffiti removal, and also the data that we collect through the initiatives that we fund in building cohesion and social cohesion and belonging. Unfortunately, there not currently a nationally consistent framework to actually capture that data at a local level. Certainly there's the Scanlon Foundation and their Social Cohesion Index, which I know was presented in an earlier block. Certainly there's data that the federal government and state governments have collected at various times. But local government is an afterthought in this. And if we had a nationally consistent framework in capturing that data and ensuring that local government is an integral part of that, we'd actually have a far greater understanding of the challenge before us, and by understanding that challenge, in how to help mitigate it as well. So, we have bits and pieces of the picture, embedding local government as part of this, and this is really one of my key themes, embedding local government as an integral partner in strengthening social cohesion enables greater quality data and therefore a greater quality of response.
And that kind of proposed collaboration is just one of the examples of further engagement between different levels of government that you consider would be useful in order to support your council in strengthening social cohesion.
Absolutely. There's a strong case, in my view, for a direct empowering of local government from the federal government to strengthen social cohesion and belonging. Both in terms of obviously funding, and there are direct funding methodologies that do exist between federal and local governments. Specifically we need one around social cohesion and belonging, and also as part of that, obviously building the data set so that we can see where the trends are emerging. Because once again, yes, our Jewish communities are currently under attack, but we're also seeing this happening with other communities as well. And I think far too many times in Australia, a model is created, then we sort of recreate the model when we come across a problem again. This is a way of actually building a model that can be adapted to various sort of issues around social cohesion and belonging.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
You are now excused.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Tony Jackson.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Do sit down, sir.
Thank you.
Could you please state your full name for the Royal Commission?
Anthony John Jackson.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the President of the Southbank Elsternwick Rotary Club.
Correct.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 21 August 2026. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement ID STAT.899.0051.0022.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
Next to the witness statement is a submission to this Commission made by the Rotary Club, and I also tender those submissions with ID RCD.599.0001.0109.
Yes, the submission is also admitted.
Mr. Jackson, you were elected President of the Southbank Elsternwick Rotary Club in 2025, is that correct?
Correct.
You are now retired, is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to your retirement, you previously worked in various business management and leadership roles, is that right?
That's correct.
Turning first to Rotary, the global organisation, Could you tell the Commissioner about that organisation?
Yes, Rotary was set up in 1905 in the US, in Chicago, by 4 business people, and has grown from there to now having 48,000 clubs across 200 countries. So it's very much an international organisation. Very, very focused on, one of the common things we talk about is service above self. So it's very much about members working for their community, helping to improve their community. And the international organisation RI, in our Rotary is full of abbreviations. Rotary International is RI, and probably the biggest project that is most broadly known is the effort to wipe out polio. So I think so far this year there's only 18 cases in the world, and we're fingers crossed this year we'll actually achieve something that started back in the 60s. And interestingly, in that process, worked with the Gates Commission, Bill and Melinda Gates. So Rotary's one of Rotary's powers is that it brings together all sorts of different partners to achieve outcomes.
At the risk of getting the acronyms wrong, could you tell me about the Rotary Australia?
Yes, so Rotary in Australia, so we have RI, we then have zones, we're part of the Pacific, ANZ Pacific zone, and then within those zones we have districts and then the individual club. In Australia we have, I think it's over 1,000 clubs, I forget the number of members, 20, 30,000 members or something. So each club is basically controls its own activities. One of our strengths is each club is very committed to what it's doing locally. One of our weaknesses is we are very focused on what we're doing locally. So each club membership is of a local club, and it's through that membership that you engage with the broader Rotary. Yeah.
And turning then to the Southbank Elsternwick Rotary Club, which is your club as I understand it. Could you tell me a bit about the membership of the club?
Yeah, so membership varies up and down a bit. We're currently running at around 23 members, I think it is. Probably half. I mean, I don't ask who's Jewish and who's not Jewish, and we don't have that on any forms or anything. So my estimate would be that about half our members are Jewish. We're obviously, for a whole bunch of historic reasons, a lot of our members come from the Elsternwick end of our Southbank Elsternwick geography, and the Elsternwick end obviously is in the Caulfield area, and hence a lot of our members, to the extent that we represent community, which is what we do. Our membership of any Rotary club usually represents community. We have a large number of Jewish members. Yeah.
So I understand that most of your members live in the Glen Eira Council area, which is, I believe you said, is an area with one of the largest Jewish populations in Australia. Is that correct?
Yes, along with Port Phillip, I think, huge. I don't know the exact numbers, but it would be probably the largest community of Jewish people in Australia. Yeah.
And in your statement, you have noted that the club has enjoyed and been lucky to have many Jewish members who have made great contributions to the club and the local community. Is that correct? Yes.
I can think of, so we were, particularly in a few years past, we were very strong into ESG, trying to help middle-sized organisations adopt ESG principles in the way they do business. That was heavily influenced by a prominent Jewish member of our club. We have done a lot of work on homelessness and youth outreach, and again a lot of that work is driven by our club members, by our particular Jewish club members. We also have had a lot of experience running markets to raise funding, and again our Jewish members are prominent in running those markets. Yeah.
I understand your club, working with partners, has raised millions of dollars supporting, for example, disaster relief. Is that right?
Yes, and again this is a great example of us working not just with government, but with corporations and through particularly one banking partner we have. They have a strong community bias in their method of business, and we work with them to raise a lot of funding, but we also worked with media and corporates to raise that funding, and yes, it was in millions of dollars.
One thing you describe in your submissions to the Commission is the Social Cohesion Leadership Program. Could you tell the Commission about when and why that program came into existence?
So when and I get emotional when Bondi happened, I felt like we'd let down the club, the members of the club. I'd heard in conversation, just normal conversation with members, about how scared they were, how frightened they were, how concerned they were about what was happening in the community. And as the previous witness talked about, there was a lot happening around graffiti and burning and stuff in the community. And when Bondi happened, I felt like I hadn't listened. I felt like that Middle Australia hadn't listened, and hence my immediate response was, well, what can we do to actually help fix this issue? And so I wrote to the members, first of all, expressing my support and concern and best wishes, but most importantly, immediately trying to start working on how do we address this clear lack of social cohesion, and we got some ideas together. We went and talked to council. The mayor, Simon Zamoud, was absolutely fantastic. Responded. I think it's the fastest email response I've ever seen in my life. I sent the email within 10 minutes. She was on the phone. It was just amazing, and she introduced us to some other people, and we started the program from there.
One of the people I believe the Mayor introduced you to was an organisation called Collaborative Thinking Experiences. Is that correct?
Yes. So the guys. So we'd sort of, through the conversations with the council, had got to a position where we would work on social cohesion rather than anti-Semitism. The council was already doing a lot of programs around anti-Semitism, and personally, I think, it's a terrible thing to say, and I do not want to belittle the absolute horror of what happened, but as I think other people have talked about, it's part of a bigger problem. One community being attacked means there's a whole bunch of other communities being attacked all in the process. So I really felt that social cohesion more broadly was something that we should look at and work on, and in that way we were complementing what the council was already doing. And also with my Rotary hat on, I felt that there was an opportunity to address this issue more broadly through the broader Rotary network, hopefully in the longer term. And so to pick up the guys from the facilitators, they have a really, so we decided to do workshops, and they have a really powerful process that forces very disciplined conversation in the workshops, and that big part of that is driving listening. So only one person can talk at a time. You get 30 seconds to talk, then the bell rings and you move on. You've got to stop and you move on. So you spend most of your time in the conversation listening, which is a very important part of it.
Yeah, you mentioned those workshops. Could you explain the pilot program of 3 workshops, as I understand it, that Rotary facilitated with the assistance of Collaborative Thinking Experiences?
Yeah, so we took the view that that social cohesion needs to be owned by community, and if community is going to own social cohesion, the people who need to be most heavily involved and need to be demonstrating this activity, this value, are the leaders of local community. I like to talk about demonstrative leadership. So in my business roles, one of my values as a leader was safety. I strongly believe as a manager that as a leader, my role was to ensure that people come home safe to their families, that they don't come to work and get hurt. And so one of the things I used to do is every time I visited a site, whether it be a warehouse or a factory or one of our shops, one of the first things I do is look for a piece of paper to pick up. Particularly in warehouses, all that plastic wrapping and stuff, there's almost always a piece of it on the floor, and it's a tripping hazard, or it's going to get stuck in the machinery and so on. And I'd pick that up and I'd put it in a rubbish bin, or if I couldn't find a rubbish bin, I'd hand it to the most senior person with me and say, implicitly, this is your problem. All right? So I didn't have to say anything about safety. People in that business saw me demonstrate my commitment to safety by going and doing something. And it seems to me that there's a role for leaders in the community to add social cohesion to the way they lead, to the values they're using in leading, because it's something you have to actively think about. It's too easy, as I say. Middle Australia hasn't been thinking about social cohesion. It's been something that's not on the agenda. And I'm not blaming anybody, that's just the way it's been. And so to me, if we're going to do something about social cohesion, we need, as leaders, to start taking up the challenge of demonstrating social cohesion every time we interact with somebody, every time we do something, every activity we have, every meeting we chair. We need to start talking about social cohesion and demonstrating our commitment to social cohesion. So that's the first step, is to get leaders involved, to get them to buy off on social cohesion. The second step was to ask the participants, who are the leaders, to talk about social cohesion and define it for themselves. And it's been some really interesting things come out of that. The second step is for people to talk about what steps can they take as leaders in their community groups to create social cohesion. And the third step is to actually sign off on a plan. So you've heard all of these ideas about how to do social cohesion. What are you going to do in your community group, and for them to walk away with that plan.
Taking a few of those steps in turn, but to begin with, could you give an indication of the types of community leaders you're able to bring together without naming any specific organisations or schools?
So principals of schools, both primary and secondary, heads of not-for-profit organisations in the area, neighbourhood CEOs of neighbourhood houses, presidents of sporting clubs, in particular a big cohort of the people we've had in the presidents of sporting clubs. Basically anybody who has a leadership role in the community. Yeah.
And how did you see the role of Rotary in bringing those together?
It was one of the most amazing parts about it. Rotary has a really strong brand and a really strong presence in people's minds, and it's very much non-political and secular. By the rules, we're not allowed to talk politics at meetings. All right? We're not allowed. It's a very much an organisation that is seen to be independent of the hurly-burly of day-to-day stuff. And I just cold called a whole bunch of people. We got some people that we had direct connections with, but to fill out the workshops, I needed to call some people, and I suppose I rang for the workshops. I probably rang 30 community leaders all up from that broad spectrum, and it was amazing the response I would get. If people said, "Well, if Rotary's doing it, one, we trust Rotary to do this well, and secondly, this is really important." So there was no debate about whether I needed to attend a social cohesion workshop. It was about can I make it? And if you guys are running it, then fantastic, I'll be there. So it was really powerful.
You mentioned earlier that there were some interesting discussions about how to define social cohesion. Can you give some examples?
Yeah, so it's a classic workshop process. People write down, come up with their ideas and then write them down on a sticky paper and stick it up on the wall. And we take all of those sticky bits of paper and enter them into AI, and AI produces a summary of the words that have been used to define social cohesion. Security comes up a lot, and we're talking 3 workshops here, 45 people, so I don't want to make this a general statement, but security comes up a lot. Fun comes up an unexpectedly large amount, and I think it's because everybody feels angry out there. They're bumping into anger, and people are just concerned, and so what's missing is laughter and fun. And certainly social, the thoughts of these people is that how do we bring that back into our community? The other thing that I've come to believe is that social cohesion is about what we share. It's the things we have in common. And I think we need to be really, really careful when we are celebrating diversity that we don't lose the commonality. We don't underestimate how important those common things are that we have. The common values we have, the really simple things like our. I've done a lot of work recently in the car enthusiast community, and I apologise for those in the room that don't know or want to care about anything about cars, but cars are the most car meetings, car shows. When you go to them, you will find the most amazingly diverse range of people you've ever seen, and they come together and they talk to each other about this common passion they share, and it doesn't matter who you are. If you can walk up to that car owned by that person and they will have a conversation with you, no matter who you are. About and so to me it's those common things that we share, and at the simplest level it's things like food and music and sport and car shows, and that's the simple level. But when you bring events together at that level, we start to understand that each of us is concerned about freedom, each of us is concerned about fair go, each of us is concerned about those things that are classically thought of as things that values we share, and it's really, really important that people get to experience a breadth of diverse community talking about the things they share and interacting on a level where they're sharing understanding. I think that's really key.
And in relation to the breadth of the participants at those workshops, were members of any Jewish organisations present without naming the organisation?
Yeah, so initially, because this was brand new, and think of the times, it was fairly emotional and tension built. So initially, we were fairly careful to steer away from any specifically ethnic or religious groups. We wanted to do the first workshop in particular. I wanted an environment where there was the least possible amount of controversy, and because I didn't want to have the workshop just to devolve into a huge argument. The facilitation process, I think, really helps with that, and the guys did a fantastic job. And certainly by the third workshop, we actually went out of our way to encourage and invite some Jewish community groups as well, and that was powerful. It was really, really good, really good. And so in certainly the next set of workshops, I will be very happy to create a really diverse group for the workshop. I think it's important.
You mentioned earlier some plans coming out of the workshops. Again, without naming the particular organisations or schools, could you indicate a couple of examples of the sorts of plans that have been developed?
Well, probably the biggest one that's happened is the one of the secondary schools. The principal really she has just become an advocate for this process, and I think there's about 70, and don't quote me on this, but I think there's about 70 different languages spoken by the students in her school, and she started a program, and in fact they had the first workshop I think last week, and I think the next workshop is tomorrow. They're starting a program where they're bringing the teachers together to teach them these skills around how do you facilitate conversation that is caring and listening and respectful, and so the school is trying to move its community, starting with the teachers, but I think ultimately to roll out to the students and I think the broader community, these skills around listening and engaging and sharing, or listening and sharing and caring processes within the school. I think it's going to be very powerful.
You identify in your statement that one thing you've learned from the workshop so far is to implement processes around follow-up. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, so one of the things that we had always intended to do, but which is proven to be resource intensive and given the sort of whole bunch of things that have been going on, we have not had the opportunity to follow up. But the idea when we ask people to create the plans is we actually take a copy of those plans and have the intent to follow up with them in about 6 weeks' time, and to ask them, what's happened with the plan, has it worked, what have been the issues that have stopped you going ahead, what's worked well, what hasn't worked well. Ultimately, our objective will be to create a database of activities that have come out of these workshops, and for those activities to be recorded, and for us to be then be able to measure the impact of the program, because we know that all of these activities happened and they impacted X thousand people and so on, and to have those activities then form a bit of a database as potential recommendations for other people wanting to do a plan. The facilitation process is very much bottom up. It does not involve controlling the outcome in any way. I think we are going to start controlling the outcome in plans a little bit harder, because at the end of the day, one of the things I think about in facilitation is you don't know what you don't know. So if people, it will help create better plans, I think, by having people understand what has worked and what hasn't worked elsewhere as well. So I think that's where we'll go. But we need resources to create that follow-up. Yeah.
How have the programs been funded to date?
Rotary has funded them, so we've funded them from some support from our sponsors, private sector sponsors. Yeah.
You mentioned at the beginning of your evidence a weakness of the club is the local focus.
Yeah.
As I understand it, you don't plan for this workshop program to remain local to your Rotary club. Is that correct?
Yes. So there was a district meeting of all the presidents a few months back, and I presented this program to district to the other presidents, and we've got about 10 presidents that are interested in rolling it out through Western Melbourne, Bendigo. There's 10 quite distinct areas where people have said yes, we're interested, and so that's the next step. We've actually just got some funding from the District Foundation to help with that process, and we're also looking for some private donation as well from some of our sponsors to roll out that program. So that's the next step is to do the 3 more that we've agreed with in principle with another council, and then move on to roll them out with the other Rotary clubs as well.
And you mentioned earlier that there were over 1,000 Rotary clubs throughout Australia. Is that correct?
So as I say, we have to convince each president that this is a good idea, and show them the evidence, and you know, some clubs are busy doing lots of other things, so we'll never get every club, but if we were to get 200 clubs, let's say, to roll this program out, 3 workshops each, I always get this math wrong, 600 workshops with say 15 plans coming out of every workshop, that's 600 times 15 is 9,000, I think. Is that right? Or 900?
Well done.
And you know, 9,000 plans affecting maybe 100 people each, 1,000 people each. I don't know. The ability to reach out within community through Rotary, through this program, is just amazing, and I think that's the thing that excites me about this.
I believe you described it as a quiet revolution. What do you mean by that?
I think you know, if we can get the funding, if we can make this happen, nobody will notice this. You know, there will be no big government announcement and lots of people be jumping up and down and saying how wonderful, how terrible it is, all the rest. This will be local community working on local community problems in a way that is specific to that community, you know, driven by people who live and work in that community, and hence, you know, as I think the famous quote, never underestimate the impact of some motivated people. A small number of motivated people can make massive change, and I think this is the sort of revolution we need.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
worries,
It's very heartening to hear your evidence.
Thank you.
All right, the Commission will now take a 15-minute adjournment.
Commissioner, I call Lord Mayor Nick Reece.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Do sit down.
Commissioner.
Could you please state your name?
My name is Nick Reece, and I'm the Lord Mayor of Melbourne.
And you've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 20 August 2026, is that right?
I have indeed.
And you have a copy of that there with you?
I do, yes.
Is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is, Ms Hager.
I tender that statement, stat.899.0039.0003.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
And the City of Melbourne has also lodged a submission endorsed by the councillors of the City of Melbourne, is that right?
That's correct, Ms Hager.
And that's sub.0001.002.1816. I tender that.
Yes, the submission will be separately received as an exhibit.
And you have also lodged your own submission in your capacity as Lord Mayor, is that right?
Yes, I have, Ms Hager.
And that is sub.0001.002.3295_R, and I tender that as well.
Yes, the Lord Mayor's submission is also received.
You were elected Lord Mayor in 2024, is that right?
That is correct.
And before that, you had been elected as a councillor in 2016 and Deputy Lord Mayor in 2020.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, can I ask you first about some of the observations you've made in your own submission, in your capacity as Lord Mayor? In that submission, you've noted that Melbourne has the largest Jewish community in Australia.
We do.
And you've described the Jewish community as being an intrinsic part of Melbourne's story. Could I ask you to elaborate on that?
I'm very happy to, Ms Hager. Indeed, Melbourne does have the biggest Jewish community of any city in Australia, and indeed the Jewish community has been part of the life of Melbourne since its earliest days, part of the DNA of our city, featuring prominently in social, community, cultural life of Melbourne. I believe it may still be the case that Melbourne has the largest population of Holocaust survivors as well on a per capita basis, and that's certainly part of the fabric of modern Melbourne as well. I would say that the Jewish community of Melbourne has always been a much celebrated and central part of our city and the life of our city. And I would also say I have seen significant change in Melbourne since 2023.
What do you mean by significant change?
Well, I mean, after the events of October 7th and then events after that, we saw significant rise of protest in Melbourne, and I would say some fraying of cohesion in our city. I believe that Melbourne is the most successful multicultural city in the most successful multicultural country in the world, and indeed that tolerance and welcoming and appreciation of other cultures and communities has always been at the forefront of modern Melbourne. Since 2023, I have seen that cohesion fray, largely for the Jewish community, but more broadly than that as well. And I've got to say, I found it to be one of the most challenging issues that I've had to face as Lord Mayor of Melbourne.
And in your submission, you've noted a number of the anti-Semitic incidents that have occurred in the City of Melbourne in the last few years, which we've heard evidence about during the Commission's other hearings. They include the attack on the Israeli restaurant Miznon, the attack on the Jewish children attending the Melbourne Museum, which we've heard about as well, and also the arson attack on the East Melbourne Synagogue. And I understand you personally attended that night on that incident. Is that right?
I did, Ms Hager, and I'm aware, Commissioner, that you've heard a lot of evidence about some of these things, so I don't intend to dwell on them for too long, but you're right, Ms Hager. I was actually out in the city with my wife on the evening of the arson attack at the East Melbourne synagogue, and I got a phone call from a friend who's a member of the congregation, and my wife and I rushed to the side of the shul in East Melbourne there, and it was one of the most upsetting scenes I've ever seen. And I do see a bit in my job. It was the Sabbath, there was Shabbat dinner, there were children, families out on the street, and also the fire brigade was there, Victoria Police were there, the area was being taped off because it was a crime scene. And it was extremely upsetting. This is not the Melbourne that I have lived in for most of my life. To have people, in their place of worship, sharing a community meal, to be subject to an arson attack and it turn into a crime scene is terrifying and should be absolutely unacceptable in a city like Melbourne, in a country like Australia. We also had the events at Misnon, and I believe you have heard from witnesses who were there on that evening, but again, the restaurant was overrun by an angry mob who were yelling abuse at people just sitting there enjoying a meal. And there was the building was defaced, again completely shocking. And I make the observation that restaurant, Misnon, was targeted because it's an Israeli restaurant that serves Middle Eastern food in Melbourne. And I know people have strong feelings about the conflict in the Middle East. That's perfectly human. But equally, I'm unaware of a restaurant serving Russian cuisine being targeted by people who are upset about what's happening in Ukraine. And so I think one of the questions that this Royal Commission should reflect upon is, why does an Israeli restaurant get targeted, overrun by an angry mob because of concerns about a conflict, whereas a Russian restaurant, or indeed any other ethnic restaurant across Melbourne that finds itself caught up in a geopolitical conflict, is not getting targeted by angry mobs and overrun and targeted in that way.
And we've of course heard evidence about how those incidents, among others, have deeply impacted the Jewish community. How does anti-Semitism, in your view, impact social cohesion more generally?
Yeah, I know you have explored this issue deeply at the Royal Commission, so I will give you my take as a big city mayor, doing my best to make our community as welcoming and cohesive as possible. I think anti-Semitism is the most venal form of racism, and we pride ourselves as a great multicultural nation of being actually welcoming and celebrating other cultures and different ways of life. We would be a very boring and significantly poorer nation if we were a monoculture. And so this celebration of different faiths and different cultures is a wonderful thing that, if anything, we should be trying to foster and enhance as a country. And so the fact that over the last 2.5 years now, we have seen people being targeted because of their faith, it is causing our community, our society to fray. And that is a very worrying thing, and it's something we must get on top of, because we are such a multicultural and diverse community. We need to really remind ourselves of the values that we hold, that help allow us to live harmoniously together.
And you've provided a number of examples in your statement and in the city's submission about local government's role in fostering social cohesion. Before we go to some of those examples, could I just ask you generally, what do you see as local government's role in that space?
I think local government has an enormous role to play here. We are the level of government that is closest to the people, and I feel that on a daily basis. I like to say, there's for a city mayor, there's no problem too big and there's no job too small, and so from helping tackle big problems like fraying social cohesion through to fixing potholes in the road, little jobs like that. We do the big problems and all the jobs and everything in between. And because we are the level of government that is closest to the community, we are out there on the streets, in the homes, in the neighbourhoods, in the schools, in the synagogues, in the church halls, in the mosques, and we have an ability to connect with people, I think, in ways that other levels of government don't. And I think we have the ability to bring people together, whether that's through celebrations of special cultural or religious occasions, whether that's encouraging people to get to know other communities in their community and to explore their own city. I mean, the absolute best thing about being the Lord Mayor is actually the people I get to meet. I get to meet everyone, across the whole city, from kids growing up in the flats to corporate titans in the central city, and people who practice their faith at the synagogue, people who visit the mosques, people who go to the churches and cathedrals. And I often think, if more people in the community got the opportunity that I have to see and celebrate and understand these different faiths and these different perspectives on a human life and living in a community, we would be a better, more coherent, more cohesive society. So I think through those social programs, the festivals that we run, the community hubs, the celebration of different cultures, we can give people across the community the ability to get that engagement, have that experience, and from that people learn to appreciate other cultures and celebrate our common humanity.
And is part of that local government's role in fostering social cohesion, providing the physical places for people to come together, so community infrastructure like libraries, and you mentioned community hubs?
We do indeed. So through our city libraries, our community centres, our public squares as well, community halls, yes, we hold a whole spectrum of different events across the year. We have to give you some examples, we hold a major Hanukkah celebration in Federation Square, the main public square of Melbourne. We also, to give you another example, hold another Eid celebration at the end of Ramadan in Flagstaff Gardens, to give you another example. We hold community get-to-know-you events in libraries. We put on events where people can actually come along and explain their culture to people who are curious. And of course, whether it's Hanukkah, Ramadan, Diwali, you name it, we do celebrate those days across Melbourne, and we get great turnouts to them, which I think is wonderful. One thing I will say, Ms. Hagar, is in more recent times we have had to introduce security at some of those events. I'm very pleased to say that I don't believe that additional security has been called upon. So I'm thinking here about Hanukkah in Fed Square, and also an Eid event in the Flagstaff Gardens, which is a good thing. But the fact that we've had to do that is us as a city responding to our concerns about things fraying and potential for antisocial incidents, or indeed worse.
And the evidence you've just given about community events and the like, does that feed into the recommendation you've made at paragraph 8 of your statement about potential further Commonwealth Government support for local governments to deliver events of that kind?
Yes, it does. So at the City of Melbourne, we've introduced community safety officers. So these are employed by the city and they're a very visible safety presence on our streets, and community safety officers very much community focused, and we're able to use them to attend events like those that I've mentioned. And look, we also work with Victoria Police, I should stress as well, around those events. The challenge and look, sometimes in the past we've engaged private security as well, and sometimes we do that as well. I guess the point I would make is most councils are extremely resource constrained. I cannot overstate how resource constrained local government is, and so most councils don't have the financial capacity to provide that safety support at some of those events. And so one of the things the Commission might like to consider is, if we do want to see more celebration of faith events, social multicultural events, and we feel that we need to have a strategic safety presence as part of those, well then that might be something that requires some funding support in order to deliver.
See. Can I then ask you about another initiative that you've addressed in your statement, which you call the 1 hour rapid response initiative, in terms of dealing with graffiti in the city of Melbourne? Could I start just by asking you, do you consider that the presence of graffiti is something that affects social cohesion, and if so, how?
Oh, very much so, Ms. Hager. If people are in an environment where they're seeing where the urban fabric looks run down and degraded, if they're in an urban environment where they're seeing hateful things written on walls, then that is a very threatening thing. Indeed, it's a menacing thing for people in the community. I feel it myself. I hear it all the time from people who live in Melbourne and visit the city. Indeed, one of the things that has been most upsetting to me over the last 2.5 years is people telling me that they are afraid to come into the city, particularly people from the Jewish community, but more broadly across the community as well. That was particularly focused around some of the protest activity that we were seeing, but it was also focused around, I think, some of the awful materials that we were seeing being put up around the city as well, hateful, vicious, anti-Semitic, racist, hateful content.
And so could you explain how this rapid response initiative works?
Yes, so we introduced this as part of our new cleaning framework and cleaning contracts at the City of Melbourne. At the outset, can I say it's one of the best things I think we have ever done at the City of Melbourne. It's certainly one of the things I'm most proud of as Lord Mayor. And we did it because we were seeing the rise of hateful materials around our city, and I was acutely aware of the impact that was having on Melbourne. It began with things like the Star of David with a red line being put through it on stickers around the city. But I would get calls from local traders, local shopkeepers, some of whom were Jewish, who would say, oh my goodness, I've just had the Star of David put on the store with this red line through it, and anybody who knows history of the 20th century or history of the Jewish people knows how horrifying that is. And then it seemed to grow from there with this proliferation of hateful material around the city. So we decided we were going to introduce a policy of zero tolerance and rapid response. And so what did that involve? It meant that any material that was deemed to be offensive, and that includes hateful material, anti-Semitic, racist of any form, including profanity, then we would implement a rapid response to that. And under the arrangements with our contractors and with our officers at the city, we have a target time for the removal of that hateful material of 1 hour after it is reported.
And does that operate 24/7?
It does, yes.
And what are the reporting mechanisms that are available? How does somebody go about reporting graffiti if they see
So
it?
you can report it through the City of Melbourne website. We have a customer community call centre as well that people can phone in, or we also use the Snap Send Solve app as well. And so if you're reporting it online or through the app, you can actually, when you're reporting it, there's a button you can push saying it's offensive, and then the way it works is the supervisor at the city will see that, have a look at the content, form a view, and then we'll deploy the rapid response if that's judged to be required.
Does that app enable somebody to take a photograph of the graffiti and
It does.
send that through?
It does, and that's been a great innovation in Melbourne, that people can snap, send, and then we solve it. In the case of in the case of the offensive content, they can designate it as offensive, and so then it goes into a particular work stream that we activate, and I was going to use a swear word, we get that stuff down as quickly as possible.
How do you handle a hateful piece of graffiti on the wall of private property, but that is clearly visible from the street?
Yeah, so this is a much debated point, Commissioner. So if it is on private property, we do not have, as of right, the ability to bring that down. But we have developed techniques whereby we get onto it and get it down as quickly as possible. So, for example, we have cleaning agreements in place with many of the major infrastructure owners around the City of Melbourne. So think of Vic Roads, the road operator. They also own a lot of these boxes that appear by traffic lights. We have arrangements in place with Yarra Trams, who operate the trams around Melbourne. We have arrangements in place with Metro, who run the trains and the train stations. And so if it's on any of their properties, then we have an automatic agreement in place that we don't have to go through all the bureaucracy and paperwork. We just get onto it straight away. If it's a private building, then we have the names and the contact details for property owners across the city, and we will reach out to them and get onto it as quickly as possible. Another very sad incidents we have faced is the synagogues being targeted in particular, and so for almost 2 years it's been almost a weekly occurrence for them being targeted.
And how long has this initiative been in place?
About 2 years now, maybe a little bit more.
And how have you gone so far in terms of meeting that 1 hour target?
So we have removed more than 3,000 offensive graffiti materials. Of that, between 800 and 1,000 have been what I would describe as anti-Semitic, and we have removed close to 4,000 square metres of anti-Semitic graffiti, posters and stickers.
And how much of that was achieved within the 1 hour target that you've set for yourself?
That's a really good question. It is a target of 1 hour removal, and so I would say that it's a substantial percentage, and we're always striving to do better. I would still say, Ms. Hager, that it sends a very, very clear message to the community about our values in Melbourne, and that we won't stand for racist, hateful, anti-Semitic materials on our streets. So that's number one, very important. But I do think we get a lot of the content down within the 1 hour, and I think there's actually a very interesting point of comparison that can be drawn here. So to give you one case study, in January 2026, there were these posters of the Bondi terrorist with the word Aussie plastered across Melbourne. In the City of Melbourne, this was in January 2026, so Australia was still in mourning after Bondi, and it was late Friday night, I think 1 a.m. or it might be early Saturday morning, 1 a.m. The first reports came in of these posters appearing across the city. And to give you a sense of, these are not small posters, these are big like rock posters that you see for when there's upcoming concerts or events on in the city, so they're big posters. There were over 40 of them plastered across the city of Melbourne on some of the major motorways coming into the city, in the laneways, prominently on buildings. We had some of them down within an hour. Our guys, we are so committed on this policy. We spent the whole weekend scouring the city. We got them all down. By Monday, they were all gone in the city of Melbourne, over 40 of them. Sadly, that was not the case across Greater Melbourne. The idiots behind these posters, they didn't stop at the border of City of Melbourne. They actually moved across Greater Melbourne, and many of these posters were still up more than a week later across Melbourne. Again, across some of the major roads across the greater metropolitan area. And so to me, that is a great example of the difference we're able to make in the City of Melbourne with our 1 hour, zero tolerance, rapid response policy, compared to what's happening in other municipalities, which I don't say this to denigrate them or in any way, but they just didn't have the policy framework in place and didn't have the resources to deliver on what we're able to do in the City of Melbourne.
And you've noted in your statement that you're now working with 9 inner city councils to identify cost-effective and consistent approaches to graffiti removal and I take it other forms of material. Where is that collaboration up to?
Yeah, so that is progressing well, Ms Hager. I'm very pleased to report that there is 100% buy-in from these other mayors. So the M9 is a group of inner city mayors in Melbourne. I think you had Mayor Alex Makin before you this morning. He's one of the M9 mayors. So we're working with those inner city municipalities to get them to essentially come in on the same service contract that we've got at the City of Melbourne, so that we can extend the 1 hour removal time to these other areas. The biggest challenge to this is not the will. They desperately want to do this. It's just resources. It's very expensive. And so they've got to weigh that up against all the other things that they are required to do in their communities, but we're working on it. One recommendation I would make to the Commission is that you do give consideration to perhaps some sort of funding program from the Commonwealth or another level of government that would allow local governments who want to implement policies like this to do so. I would suggest that you could have a policy like that work in a targeted way, so those areas that need assistance, which are most likely to be subject to sort of the sorts of attack and hateful content we're seeing, that they could be where the resource could be targeted to.
And then finally, could I ask you about what you say at paragraph 9 of your statement? So you recount a debate on a motion that was put before council, and then you make a recommendation flowing out of that. Could I ask you to speak to that?
I can, Ms Hager. So yes, that was the 20th of February 2024. It's a council meeting I will never forget. I was actually acting Lord Mayor at that stage. The serving Lord Mayor, she was overseas, so I was in the hot seat, and there was a motion that was put before council titled "Reflecting Community Sentiment on the Humanitarian Crisis in Gaza." And it's fair to say, in the lead up to that council meeting, it was moved and seconded by one of our councillors. There was a lot of energy that built up around the city, and by the time the council meeting arrived on that evening, there were over 1,000 people that had gathered at the front of Town Hall. A big screen was set up. And they were protesters, and they were banging on the doors of the town hall, and it was very loud, and it was very confronting for the city, and it was very confronting for people who came along to speak to the motion and against the motion that night. And it was a very challenging thing. I mean, the debate went for 5 hours. And I do think you've got to ask the question, is that the best use of local government's time to spend 5 hours debating a complex geopolitical conflict on the other side of the world, where the decision that's made in that council chamber will be of no consequence to that conflict? And indeed, we don't have a Department of Foreign Affairs in local government either, and so our ability to actually form a judgment and get advice on something like that is limited as well. I do want to make the point, I do think local governments have an important role to play in international engagement. At the City of Melbourne we have sister cities, we have lots of cultural visits through international students and the university connections. We do a lot of events in that space. We support a lot of trade missions and international business, but complex geopolitical conflicts I would say are beyond the remit of local government. One of the recommendations I've put forward here is the idea that the Department of Foreign Affairs could actually take on a role in hearing community views about these sorts of things. And indeed, once upon a time, DFAT used to do that. About 10 or 12 years ago, DFAT used to, through the AusAid program, used to run community forums around Australia where members of the public could come along and be heard on foreign policy and Australia's place in the world. I know this because the City of Melbourne Town Hall used to host that event for DFAT. That stopped occurring 10, 12 years ago. And so one of the things I have been reflecting on is, are the town halls of Australia being targeted by people moving motions about conflicts in the Middle East because they don't have another forum or outlet in government in which to be heard? I know you've heard evidence about this at an earlier stage in your proceedings, and I'm certainly not here today saying I don't think councils I'm not saying councils should never be able to hear community debate on these things, but I do think that someone like an organisation like the Department of Foreign Affairs is probably better placed to hear that community input. Every government, every department, every agency, it seems these days, is required to engage in community consultation, hear what the community thinks about their policies and programs. Maybe it's time for DFAT to take on a function in that area like they once did again.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Phillips.
I call Lisa Button.
Yes.
Affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Can you please state your full name?
Lisa Ann Button.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the Chief Executive Officer of Community Refugee Sponsorship Australia, or CRSA.
That's correct.
You've prepared a witness statement dated the 19th of August 2026.
Yes, that's right.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and
It
belief?
is.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement together with various materials referenced within it. The statement has doc ID stat.899.001.0664_R, and there are three attachments: RCD.599.001.0117, RCD.599.001.0118, and ABC.599.001.0365.
Yes, well, the statement and each of the three annexures will each be admitted as an exhibit.
You were born in South Africa and migrated to Australia in the early 1980s.
That's right.
You hold a Bachelor of Arts in Law from the University of Melbourne, and you started your career as a commercial lawyer.
That's right.
And you also have a Master's in Public and International Law.
Correct.
For the last 16 years, you've worked in migration and refugee law, policies and programs.
That's correct.
And that work has been with organisations including the Centre for Policy Development, Save the Children, Refugee Legal, and now with CRSA.
That's right.
And between 2022 and 2024, you were a member of the Settlement Advisory Council, which then advised the Australian Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs on the settlement of refugees in Australia.
That's correct.
You've explained in your witness statement that in around late 2017, in your role at that time with Save the Children Australia, you proposed the creation of the Community Refugee Sponsorship Initiative as a joint initiative of several not-for-profit organisations, and that this initiative was initially launched in April of 2018 and it was later relaunched in 2021 by what had then become the Community Refugee Sponsorship Australia organisation. Are you able to take us back and explain what the Community Refugee Sponsorship Initiative involves and why you had originally thought to propose it?
Sure. So at that time there was a number of non-profit organisations that were interested in ways to expand Australia's response to the growing global refugee crisis. How could Australia do more in terms of its humanitarian program? And one of the messages we were hearing from government at the time was that if there were ways to bring the cost of resettlement down, then perhaps the numbers of people who could be brought to safety in Australia could be increased. And against that backdrop, we started investigating what was often referred to as the Canadian model. In Canada since the late 1970s, in addition to government efforts to bring refugees to safety through resettlement, everyday citizens have had the opportunity of playing a role by sponsoring refugees. And that program, well, it's actually a series of different programs in Canada, has seen more than 400,000 refugees be able to rebuild their lives in safety in Canada since the late 1970s. And we thought that model could have application in Australia. And we felt, well, I felt that we needed an initiative that was focused very narrowly on that idea. There's a lot of talk and debate about refugee policy, asylum seeker policy. This seemed to be a no-brainer. We had feedback from across the political spectrum, but there was strong interest in this idea. So I proposed the establishment of a separate initiative that just focused purely on how to get this sort of program off the ground in Australia.
And you've explained that in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, CRSA designed and deployed the group mentorship program as part of trying to test a community sponsorship model in Australia. Can you explain how the group element of that mentorship program was intended to work?
Yeah, so again, borrowing from our friends in Canada, the idea was that the source of support for refugee newcomers be a group of 5 or more everyday Australians that lived in the same general geographic location as the refugee newcomers. So that could just be a group of friends or people known to each other through some sort of community organisation, or indeed people that we might put together as a team. And our organisation took on the role of training them to understand what was involved in supporting a humanitarian migrant household, and then matching them up with a household in need of support. And these were people that had arrived in Australia before the borders closed due to the pandemic. The reason we weren't specifically wanting to test it in a pandemic, it was more a matter of timing. We had just secured philanthropic funding to do this work, and we thought, well, why waste a crisis? Let's try and test what we can of this model in that context.
And is it right that it was at around that time that CRSA was formally appointed by the federal government to partner in the national delivery of what then became the Community Refugee Integration and Settlement Pilot.
That's right. As Australia and the world emerged from the pandemic and borders were opening up again, we were able to, I guess, restart a conversation with government about how this model might work in Australia, and we had then by that stage we tested the idea through the group mentor program. So we had some rungs on the board to show that Australians were ready, willing and able to play this role, and we were invited to co-design what is now the CRISP program with the Department of Home Affairs.
And the pilot stage of that program ran from May of 2022 to the 30th of June of this year.
That's right.
And you've said in your witness statement at paragraph 14 that the idea behind CRISP is to give everyday Australians the opportunity to play a direct practical role in welcoming refugees and supporting them to rebuild their lives in Australia. You've identified the groups who volunteer their time to help refugee households as community supporter groups. Can you step us through what it is that the volunteers within community supporter groups formed as part of CRISP, what they commit to do?
Yeah, basically it's a commitment of walking the journey with a refugee newcomer household for their first 12 months in Australia. It starts with becoming matched with a refugee household through our organisation, and those are people that are referred to us by the Department of Home Affairs, originally referred from the UN to the Australian government, and who are arriving on humanitarian visas. And then the group is introduced to the household, and I use the term household, usually they're family groups, but sometimes they're single people. The group is introduced to the household before they arrive in Australia, so there's an opportunity to get to know them online and find out a bit more about them and what their aspirations and needs are. And then the first sort of human-to-human contact or direct is welcoming the household at the airport. The group needs to arrange temporary accommodation for the household, cash on arrival before the household can gain access to support through Services Australia, help them find and set up their first permanent home. From then it gets a little bit more bespoke to the household, so it's a 12-month journey, usually by about 4 to 6 weeks in. All of those sort of essential pieces are largely complete, and then it's more, well, you know, who are you as a human? Who are you as a family? What do you want to achieve in your lives as Australians, as new Australians? And how can we help you on that journey? So it could be helping people get their driver's licenses, or giving advice on education and employment opportunities, social outings, orientation into local areas and how to use public transport. Really it's very, very varied at that point.
And is it right that at times groups form themselves through existing community organisations, whereas at other times it may be RSA that puts groups of supporters together?
That's right. We now have about 30 supporting community organisations who help us put the word out, and often that means that we'll get pre-made groups coming through, whether they be faith organisations or service clubs or advocacy groups, or even just friends, groups of friends or neighbours who want to do this as a team. But sometimes we'll get individuals coming to us as well and saying, I'd really like to be involved, but I don't, already have a group of people to work with. Can you help me connect with that group? And we try to do that as much as possible.
And can you explain how it is that CRSA seeks to match incoming refugees or refugee households with supporter groups, and the kinds of criteria or features that are looked at in that regard?
Yes, well, I have a wonderful team member who's in the room today, Romy, who handles the matching. I would say it's more art than science. She and her team look at the profiles of both the refugee household as well as the profile of the group that's interested in supporting them, and looks for the synergies really, looks for things like connections in perhaps the stage of life that people are in, if they have children of a similar age. Location is also a key issue. A number of our groups are in regional Australia. Regional Australia has a lot of advantages for refugee newcomers, but also some challenges as well, so we seek to match sensitively in that area as well. There may be some vocational connection between the group that's supporting and the newcomer household in terms of their career aspirations. We think that the group could really help that particular family find their way in terms of employment. So there's a myriad of factors that go into the mix.
And how does translation or interpretation work for refugee households who may not have much, if any, English skills upon their arrival?
Yeah, well, fortunately, the program has access to the Commonwealth Free Translation Interpreting Service. So groups have the ability to connect with a telephone interpreter, and indeed the families when they're wishing to communicate with the groups as well. So that's for, I guess, formal or detailed conversations. Day to day, though, a lot of groups use, different translation apps as well, which, as I'm sure we all know, are getting better and better by the day, just for those quick conversations about things that don't have major consequences.
And what kind of training or resources does CRSA provide to its supporter groups in terms of assisting them to assist their matched refugee household?
So we have a mandatory training component, which involves both online self-paced modules as well as a workshop before the household arrives. Some of that is soft skills, thinking about issues of privacy, power, checking your expectations and assumptions. There's a lot of work goes into sort of helping people unpack the experience and what they think it's going to be like and be prepared for the reality of the experience. But then there's also a lot of support around the more technical aspects. We have an online digital hub that has a huge and growing collection of resources. And we work nationally, so you can imagine if you think about all the different aspects of settlement and all the different locations where that might be happening, there's a lot of technical knowledge that needs to be held. So we've tried to create that as an online resource for people to tap into. And I should have said, most importantly, we have staff whose job it is to check in with both the group and the household on a periodic basis to help ensure that they're sort of on track and troubleshoot any issues that might be emerging. And they all have backgrounds as settlement workers, so they know the landscape very well. But it's always that fine balance of trying to support rather than take over control.
And is it right that since the commencement of the pilot back in 2022, that the CRISP program has supported around 915 refugees arrive in Australia, and that's been with the help of approximately 180 community supporter groups?
That's right, and within those 180 groups we're talking in excess of 1,600 individuals.
And you've referred to the pilot having been subject to an independent evaluation conducted through the University of Queensland that was commissioned by the Department of Home Affairs. Are you able to outline at a high level some of the findings of that evaluation of the pilot that you've synthesised at paragraph 28 of your witness statement?
Yes, well, the high level findings are that this model indeed is a very viable way to support refugee settlement in Australia. The CRISP program was benchmarked against the Humanitarian Settlement Program, the HSP, which has been around for several decades, and either met or exceeded the benchmark set by the HSP on most measures. So on the whole, people reported, refugee newcomers reported feeling a high sense of belonging and welcome, a high level of ability to make friends with people outside of their own cultural community. Community supporter groups themselves talked about it being a very meaningful and positive experience, albeit challenging at times. There's a wealth of both qualitative and quantitative information in those evaluations.
And is a key point of distinction between the CRISP model and models such as the HSP, that in the CRISP model, the points of contact for the refugee household are community members, whereas under something like the HSP, they're caseworkers who are employed by a particular government agency or organisation.
Yeah, that's right. Under the HSP, those are funded caseworkers who have a large number of clients that they're looking after at any given time, and obviously have to divide their time across all of those different cases. Whereas in the case of CRISP, you have a group of 5 or more dedicated members for each household, so it's a much more intensive wraparound support, and it means that households are getting support not only during office hours, but if something happens outside of office hours, as life frequently does, they have someone that they can call upon as well.
And you've identified in your statement that from the 1st of July of 2026, what had been the pilot has now become a permanent program forming part of Australia's resettlement architecture.
That's right.
And you yourself have been involved in the program as a member of a community supporter group, is that right?
That's right.
Can you explain what you have personally observed and seen from that experience, as opposed to your takeaways as CEO of the organisation?
A huge amount. I mean, I've been working in this space for a long time, but it's quite a different thing to understand it at a policy level versus at a human level. I really enjoyed working with both friends and family members and friends of friends as a group. I met new people who sort of shared my values through the process. I enjoyed seeing them become exposed to refugee cultures for the first time. Spending time in the homes of Afghan Australians who I doubt they would have, necessarily met other than in, fleeting encounters, and certainly wouldn't have been likely to spend time in one another's homes. My son, who's 21 years old, became peripherally involved in providing swimming lessons to the family that we were supporting, and he's reported how much he learnt from that experience and how much he enjoyed getting involved. And I guess another aspect is just the way that, because of the way that our large cities work, I'm Melbourne based, there's a lot of sort of barriers, I think, between different suburbs. So spending time in different parts of the city that you wouldn't otherwise spend time in. I got to know Dandenong very well. It's not a place that I've spent a lot of time before. And you get to know the services as well. There's services that, as an established Australian, you might not have ever needed or might not have needed for a long time. But you see how important those are to new migrants, whether that be, the adult migrant English program or, torture and trauma services or other things that are there to support newcomer cohorts.
A number of witnesses that have appeared, especially over the last week before the Royal Commission, have expressed the view that social cohesion requires sustained and meaningful relationships between people, and also a sense of belonging within community. Are you able to comment on how the community sponsorship model that's inherent within the CRISP program might be able to support those building blocks of social cohesion?
Yeah, I think those terms, sustained and meaningful, are really, really important. We need institutional frameworks. We need to stamp out divisive and bad behaviours, but we need to build and maintain and build the connective tissue of society and bring together people across the boundaries of difference. What we've seen through the CRISP is people from different cultural groups, faith groups, language groups, different geographic locations within Australia, connecting with newcomers. And it is, the program by its design is sustained. It's a 12-month commitment. Now, there are circumstances in which, if that needed to be ended, then it could be. But for almost every case, I can only think of a very small handful of cases where that people haven't stayed the course. Sitting with someone, getting to know them over a 12-month period, most groups spend more than 10 hours a week collectively with the household, particularly in the early stages. You get to know people pretty well. So it's not a performative thing, it's not a symbolic thing, it's a very deep and practical thing, and there's this shared purpose. I guess another one of my observations from my own experience is how the success of the newcomer family becomes your success as a group. When someone gets their license, everyone's excited in the group that they've got their license, or the first job, or the new home, or whatever it is that has been that family's achievement.
And you've identified that the participants within the various supporter groups that have been assembled to date, to your observation, are politically a broad church, and that they come from a variety of different backgrounds. Would you like to comment on that dimension?
Yeah, well, what we found so far is that this model appeals to a lot of different people for a lot of different reasons, and we've really tried to embrace that and welcome anyone who wants to welcome refugees and behave with respect towards one another is welcome within our growing community of supporter groups. So we have some fairly socially conservative faith groups on the one hand. We have some very progressive political groups and LGBTI activists. We have some people who don't see themselves as political at all, who just see themselves as good people wanting to roll up their sleeves and do something meaningful and practical. So that, to me, is a really important part of what we're doing, and I think not only essential, but also sometimes some of the more difficult aspects of the work come from that. We're trying to depoliticise this space, not import political divisions into the work.
And you said in your statement that your experience has been that CRISP helps to counter polarisation by disrupting simplistic narratives about refugees and also about Australians. Is that right?
I believe so. We're a small organisation, so I can't offer you specific data on that, but from what I observe, refugees have been talked about in our politics for so long that there's a tendency amongst people to either demonise or valorise them, and what we really need is to humanise them, and for refugees to humanise Australians. I guess another learning I've had is that stereotypes can go both ways. It's not always about what Australians think about migrants. Migrants have their views about Australians as well that need to be demystified or more informed. So I think that this process of just coming together and getting to know one another as people is counteracting polarisation.
And you've described a ripple effect that can manifest beyond the direct participants in the program. How have you seen that arise?
Yeah, so when community supporter groups get involved, for a start, they typically engage their broader communities. I did neglect to mention there's a fundraising dimension to the role of the community supporter group to fund some of those inputs that I mentioned earlier. So often community supporter groups will hold fundraising events to raise those funds, and by doing so they're essentially telling their broader community what they're up to, and that sparks ongoing conversation. You know, how's that household that you're supporting going? What's, you know, what are the latest bits of news? The community supporter groups often get to meet other newcomer households other than the ones that they're matched with. You know, this work isn't happening in a vacuum. So there's that ripple effect of circles around both the household and the supporter group getting to know new people or hear new stories. And then there's the ripple effect of the stories that we might tell in the media and social media and mainstream media, and how that changes people's perceptions. And we recently had some of our program participants featured on an episode of Australian Story. It was an episode called The Sky's the Limit, which told the story of some Jewish Australians working with a Somali mum and son, Muslim newcomers, and how they'd gotten to know each other. And I like to think that a program like that will have very broad ripple effect in terms of people seeing the humanity in one another, and perhaps being inspired to be the best versions of themselves through that.
And did the screening of that Australian Story episode that you've just referred to have any effect on the number of people expressing interest in supporting CRISP?
It did. We saw a 7-fold increase in the number of people registering to attend our public information sessions, which was very welcome indeed. So, media is very important to what we do.
And I think you said in your witness statement that from your perspective you feel that we as a country need more of that kind of storytelling which focuses on what people have in common rather than what might divide them.
Absolutely. We need to see the humans behind the statistics and the politics. Most people, in my experience, are good people. When you put them in a room together, they'll find ways to get along.
And towards the end of your statement, you've included some examples of feedback provided to your organisation by support group members and also refugees in terms of how they have experienced the program and its impacts on social cohesion. Are you able to share any of those examples with us?
Well, one of the things that we often hear, and I want to be clear, there's no expectation that people become lifelong friends or family equivalents, but we often hear that people, both newcomers and supporter groups, describe one another as being like family. We've had 5 new babies born to newcomer families named after the members of their supporter groups, which I think indicates the depth of connection that's being established. I might be going a little bit off your question here, but we've seen quite a few newcomers involved then in welcoming the next family or household to arrive with a sense of wanting to be involved in sharing what they've learnt from their community supporter group and paying it forward. We've indeed seen people from refugee backgrounds from previous waves of migration, including former Vietnamese refugees, stepping up to welcome newcomers through this model as well.
And you said that one of the best aspects of your job and that of the members of your team is that you really do get to see Australia at its best.
We do. It's such a privilege. It's hard work. It's very nuanced work. But we see people getting really practical. Common sense and kindness really shine through when people step into this kind of role, and it goes both ways. There's a huge sense of reciprocity as well, with newcomers wanting to show generosity and kindness back to their supporter group members. One of the anecdotes in my statement was I think it was from a story in Orange in regional New South Wales of a community support member visiting the refugee household, and the children were being sneaky and giggly in a room, and they emerged to say, we were planning a Mother's Day surprise for you, which was a completely sort of unexpected thing for her. So yeah, the kindness and the generosity isn't just one way, it's both ways, and the learning as well.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Button, for your evidence. You are excused.
Thank you for having me.
Commissioner, I call next together Jessica Hatherall and Leila Aden Ahmed.
Yes.
And Commissioner, I note that their images will not be shown on the live stream.
Yes, very well.
An affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Would you like to take an oath or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Affirmation. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Truth. I do.
I understand that you are both comfortable for me to refer to you using your first name.
Yeah, thank you.
Jessica, you're a Jewish woman living in the Bondi area.
I do. I live in North Bondi.
And you grew up in the United States?
I did. I grew up in the United States. My great-grandparents went to the U.S. They were Jewish people who fled persecution from Russia and escaped to the U.S. And I myself came here to Australia in 2003, and I've been an Australian citizen for over 15 years.
And who do you live with at home?
I live with my husband and my 3 children, one of whom is here, very kindly, and she's the same age as Minal, Leila's daughter, so she's come to watch us today, which is lovely.
And Leila, you arrived in Australia around 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And you are Muslim?
Yes.
And you're originally from Somalia?
Yes.
Where did you go from Somalia before coming to Australia?
Okay, I was coming Kenya, then India.
And is it right that you were in India for just over 10 years before
Yes.
coming to Australia?
Yeah, 11 years.
11 years. And who did you come to Australia with?
My daughter,
How old is she?
16.
And do you have any other family in Australia apart from your daughter?
No.
Jessica, the Commission has just heard some evidence from Lisa Button, the CEO of the Community Refugee Integration of the organisation that runs, I should say, the Community Refugee Integration Program in relation to how that program is structured. How did you become aware of the program?
Yes, so I should say that I am a community engagement officer for Allegra Spender, and she's a proponent of the program. So Allegra put on an information evening about the CRIS program, and I went along to that evening, and with me came my friend Ronnie, and she actually herself had welcomed a refugee the year before. And she was showing a film about that experience because it was such a rewarding experience. And her group, similar to the group that I'm in, was a mix of individuals, including some other Jewish members, and they had 4 Afghanistan Muslim women that they had welcomed to Australia. And And after watching that video and hearing the stories that night, I was inspired to put my hand up to participate in the CRIS program, and I think that was in October of 2025.
And how did the members of your supporter group connect with one another?
Yeah, so many of them were at that information evening actually, and I think they were so inspired that they kind of put their names down, and we all gathered and said, oh, maybe we should do this. And then I think there were 2 other Jewish members in our group, and I think Chris actually helped organize for them to join our group as well. And so a lot of our members are from around the Bondi area, and then a few of them are from other places in Sydney as well.
And I understand that at least one of your group members is of the Muslim faith as well?
No, she's actually, her family's from Lebanon. Yeah.
And how did your group find out that you had been paired with Leila and her daughter?
Yeah, so Chris, as you heard from Lisa, who was in the room as well, does a good job about matching families, and I think I assume they might have spotted that myself and other members of our group had similar age daughters, and so I think that was part of the decision making, and they sent the profile to our group, and we were asked if we were open to welcoming Leila and Manal, and we were all very excited.
And what information did the group have about Leila when before she arrived in Australia?
So we're not given a lot of information, but we are told about the hopes and aspirations, and kind of, and for Leila, we got to learn that she was hoping to become a chef when she made it to Australia, and that she very much wanted her daughter to study engineering, and not many more details than that.
And what sort of preparation did your group do before their arrival?
Yeah, so as Lisa did an amazing job describing, there's a lot that has to get done before Leila and Manal could come, and I think we found out, and then within a month they were coming here. So we were having to try and action the priorities that Leila had told us. So Leila had said getting Manal in school was her number 1 priority, and that she wanted to find a home, ideally near a Muslim community, and she would like to be connected if possible as well to the Somali community. So we then went out and reached out to try and already build some of those bridges before they even got here. So we called up, for example, I called up the Migrant Resource Center and the Muslim Women's Association to try and get tips on housing and school, because that was a priority for Leila. And we had team members that were visiting the different neighborhoods that were going to be affordable. And then also, I was lucky enough with Katie, who's also kindly come to support today, to start doing some phone calls with Leila. And we got to start speaking on WhatsApp before Leila arrived, and introduced all the different members of our group. And really we're asking Leila, what is it you are looking for here in Australia? How can we, best help you? And then I also had a very special trip with the member of our group that I mentioned is from Lebanon, and we went out to Lakemba because she was able to connect us with a religious leader from the Somalian mosque in Lakemba, and that was, for me personally, a really particularly powerful piece of what's happened for me with Chris, because we sat down with this religious leader, and he got on the phone to another religious leader in Auburn, and we were asking about how we could best help Leila and Manal. But before we even did that, it had been 14th December had already happened, and so we had a moment to actually share with each other how our communities were feeling. So he was asking me about how we were all feeling in Bondi, and I was able to check in because I know there's been a lot of anti-Islamophobia, so I could speak with him about how his community was doing. So I think that's, Lisa was talking about the ripple effect, but some of the really amazing parts of it is getting to go to parts of the community you don't normally go, and meet people you don't normally meet.
How recently did you have that exchange with the religious leader?
So that was in the lead up to Leila Manal coming. So I think we heard you guys were coming in they arrived in June, so it would have been just before that. Yeah. So it was, and also on that outing, I should say, we had another connection there who was Muslim, and we said we really wanted to get a gift for Leila and Manal when they arrived, and so he took us to pick out some prayer mats, and as well as some Zamzam water.
Yes,
It was fun. Which I now know is, water from Mecca, that we presented as a welcoming gift. So, yeah, that was a particularly powerful for me personally, part of preparing for Leila and Manal arriving.
Leila, can I ask you, what was it like to arrive in Australia and to meet the members of your CRISP group, like Jessica?
I was like it first day when we arrived. They come in 16 people to welcome us. They give us the flower. It was that day. It was very cold. It was raining, and some people also is old, like old. He's 90 years old. He come in before because of us. Yeah.
And what did you learn about the group and how they could help you and your daughter get settled in Australia?
I was learned. They was welcoming us. They was nice. They are giving everything we need.
And what kind of things have you done with the group since you and your daughter came to Australia? Where have they taken you?
First, we arrived 25 June, and 1st July Manal is getting school. I was very excited because Manal, she not going to the 9th class because she skip level 9. Yeah, 2 years she not going to school. I was worrying her exam. And when she go to school, she study school, they took an exam, and she getting highest grade.
That's wonderful. Congratulations. Yeah. You must have been very proud.
Yeah, after 5 days, she get in school.
And what help did the group provide to you in finding somewhere to live?
Then Manal, it was her birthday is July 11. And her birthday, okay. Sorry, my English is not good.
You're doing very well with your daughter's assistance.
Yeah, and Jess and I, Jess is looking the housing. Then we go Liverpool, and we saw another nine apartment. And I like 4 of them. And when we come after 2 days, Jess is calling me and he say, I find one apartment for you. I was very excited.
And Jessica, can I return to you and ask you, what was the experience like in the first few weeks after Leila's arrival in terms of the assistance that you were able to provide her and her daughter to settle in?
Yeah, I think that's what's been so incredible about the CRISP program. I mean, we wouldn't have been able to do it without our whole team, but because we've had a whole team, we've been able to, like Leila said, get Manal into school in 5 days, which I know is her big priority. We've been able to get her set up with her bank account and all the different services. I know we've also had members take her to Oz Harvest to get food and to Anglicare to get food. I think Leila will be able to tell you a nicer story than me, but I know they got to go with one of the members to Relove to be able to pick out the furniture for their house. So I think one of the really special things about the CRISP program is it enables everyday Australians to kind of interact with services as well that we don't normally get to see, and because of our work, I think Leila was telling me, we've been able to do it kind of record speed. I think if you go through the traditional program, it can take quite a bit longer, because I think she's had friends who said it took them several months and lots of house viewings and before they were able to find homes. So yeah, it's gone really fast. We've been here 2 months.
Yeah.
And are there any connections that you've been able to make, Leila, with members of the Somali community living in Australia with the help of the supporter group?
Yeah, I and Chase and Lily, yeah, they took me in open, and we met Somali people there.
And I want to ask each of you what you've learned about one another's background. Jessica, what have you learned about Leila's background that you're able to share?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest learning for me in terms of backgrounds is, although we come from obviously really, really different backgrounds, we really just care about the same things. Like, I knew straight away when we got on the phone with Leila that she was going to be worried about Manal and getting Manal into school. And I think it's just really taught me that, everyone really has similar priorities. They want to find an affordable place to live and a welcoming community and be able to look after their family. And so I think that's one of the really key learnings I've had so far.
And Leila, did you learn that Jessica was Jewish?
Yeah, I never meet before Jewish people. The first one I met in Jessica. She was helping me. She was nice to me, and I like about everything about her.
And Jessica, what learnings have you taken away so far? I know we're early in the 12-month period from your involvement in the CRISP program.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, like I said, the program is really important because without this program, I never would have had the opportunity to meet Leila. And I think an extra special part for me is that I've been able actually to introduce Josie to Manal, because I think, to be able to, we all kind of, like Lisa described, live in our little bubbles, and if it wasn't for the CRISP program, I never really would have had this opportunity, and I think that's been probably the most important, memorable part of the program for me.
And the connection that your two daughters have formed, is that perhaps part of the ripple effect of the program?
Definitely. I think Lisa did such a good job explaining the ripple effect. I think it's on multiple levels, but for sure, for me, the intergenerational piece is so important.
And Leila, what has been the most helpful part of the program for you so far in Australia?
It was it was Manali school is first priority for me, and housing, and when we go real off and use the furniture.
I understand that the group has had meals together where they've shared their different cultures and foods, is that right?
Yeah, and everyone bring the dish and we eat together.
Yeah, we recently had a potluck lunch at one of the members' houses in Bondi that was really special, and Leila Manal cooked for us, which was a beautiful feast that we got to share together. And I think you started to talk earlier about the birthday, Manal's birthday.
Yeah, and Manal's birthday, they give all CRISP groups come in our house, and they give the cake, gifts. I was really happy that. And Manal and Chase and Leila, they go the zoo, and they show the Harness Zoo or Opera House. No. Yeah.
Manal, are you planning to be an engineer when you finish school?
Yes, hopefully. I want to study civil engineering.
Right. And was your English this good before you arrived?
Yes, I think it's always been pretty good.
أنا هاد اللي كرتها أنا أصلاً هاد اللي كرتها. ها. كان منها talk.
Oh, yeah. She's asking if I can talk in English for her.
Yeah, if I can talk Somali, I talk
Oh,
good
yeah,
things.
go ahead.
Please, please.
Yes, yes. Leila, talk to Manali and let her
I can
explain.
give like more detail.
Yes.
Yes.
Please, Leila, you speak in your language and then Manal can translate.
Okay, waxaa u sheegtaa inaa ka helnay markayna soo dhaweeyeen iskuulkaada adi wax kasta si fiican u sheeg waa kasee. Okay.
So about my birthday, she was saying that all the Chris members that came to our house, they brought me a cake and gifts and really welcomed me. And one of the members, Lily, her daughter, and we went to the zoo. We looked at some animals, we ate lunch. It was a good experience.
And Leila, would you recommend the CRISP program to others who are coming to Australia from other countries?
Okay, u sheeg dad kale haa dheh saaxiibadii xataa ofiisa sugayaan waa u sheegay. Okay, saaxiibadii ofiisa sugayaan xataa waa u sheegay si fiican ay noo soo dhaweeyeen dad kale inay caawin karaan oo aaminsanahay si fiican u shaqeynayaan.
She said that she already told some of her friends back in India who are also refugees about the CRISP group and how helpful and welcoming they are and how they could help others who are less fortunate than us, and that it could really help bring a lot of people together. Like they said, we're all from such different places, such different backgrounds, and I think the CRISP program is really an important thing for everybody because they helped us. We couldn't have been here without them.
Thank you.
And hooyadii waxay dhahday waxaas oo dhan ma dhisay fikiraynay maybe gift waaye.
Yeah. And
waxaas oo dhan inaa helaayo.
My mom said that we weren't expecting to get this much from them, this much support, this much kindness, and she said it's like a gift from God that they came to us.
Thank you.
Inaa CRISP u imaana.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Jessica, thank you very much for coming, and Leila and Manali, thank you both for coming. I know it's probably been very odd just a few months after you arrive here to turn up to an event like this, but it's been a great benefit to us to hear from you, and I thank you both for it, and very much thanks to you, Jessica.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, and it's been a privilege. Thank you for inviting us. It's been a privilege and an honor. Really appreciate it.
Well, you're all now excused and you can go and have a lunch together.
Perfect.
In fact, we can all go and have lunch together and we'll resume at 2:10.
Commissioner, I call Ms Foster.
Yes.
Ms Foster, will you be taking an oath or affirmation? Religious or non-religious?
Yes.
Not religious. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Stephanie Claire Foster.
And you are currently the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs.
I am.
And you've prepared a statement dated 11 June 2026.
I did.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, STA.0199.0002.0001.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
And Commissioner, the parties have, and you should have in front of you, an index of documents relevant to Ms Foster, numbered from 1 through to 21,
Yes.
and I tender those documents.
Yes. All right. Well, the documents numbered in the index from 1, which is indeed the statement just admitted, through to number 21 will in each case be received as an exhibit.
Ms Foster, you've been the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs since 28 November 2023.
That's correct.
But you acted in that position a little earlier, from the 25th of September. Is that right?
That's right.
And you previously have held roles as a Deputy Secretary in other Commonwealth departments, as well as serving a term as the Deputy Australian Public Service Commissioner.
That's correct.
And the Department of Home Affairs, as you describe in your statement, is responsible for leadership and central coordination of policy, programs, regulations and operations relating to national security and resilience, law enforcement, migration, citizenship, multicultural affairs and border management and security.
That's right.
And while a number of those areas are relevant to the Commission's terms of reference, you're aware that we've previously heard evidence on some of those topics from, for example, the Counterterrorism Coordinator,
Right.
as well as the Head of Immigration, Ms Sharp. You're aware of that?
Indeed.
And within the Department of Home Affairs sits both the Office of Social Cohesion as well as the Office of Multicultural Affairs.
That's right.
And I'll ask you a bit more about those two offices shortly. Before I do that, could I ask you first about your understanding of the meaning of social cohesion, which you address from about paragraph 22 of your statement. What definition do you adopt for the purposes of your work?
So I normally speak about social cohesion in terms of the extent to which people feel a sense of belonging and a sense of connection to community, to family, to society more broadly, with both of those things underpinned by trust in institutions and by participation, including participation outside people's ethnic or religious group.
And in paragraph 24, you've noted the 5 domains that are adopted for the purposes of the Scanlon Institute's work, being belonging, social justice, participation, acceptance and worth. To what extent are those adopted by you in your work?
So there are many different ways of defining social cohesion, understandably, for such a complex subject. What I think is important, and what I've noted in much of the evidence given to the Royal Commission to date, is that there is a strong similarity between the different definitions that people use. And so if you look, for example, at the Scanlon things, you will find the same sort of principles encapsulated in those 5 things as I spoke about earlier. Typically I find it's a matter of emphasis that different organisations or people place, rather than a fundamental difference about what social cohesion is.
And shortly we'll come to the national agenda for social cohesion that your department has worked on, and some of the data that has been drawn upon for the purposes of formulating that and a particular framework for measuring social cohesion. Is the Scanlon Foundation's work one source of data that the department draws upon in terms of its work on social cohesion?
It is, and Scanlon produces really useful research and data which will form part of our formal measurement framework, but which informs our thinking around policies and initiatives on a routine basis.
And is it right that another source of data the department draws upon is the ANU poll, which we heard evidence about last week on Monday as well?
That's correct.
I see. And at paragraph 25 of your statement, you've noted that safety is another important element of social cohesion, especially since October 7, 2023. Could I ask you to elaborate on that view?
Certainly. I would not, prior to the events of the last couple of years, have included safety as a specific element that I think is really important for social cohesion. But the spate of horrific attacks and the impact that that's had on people in our community has really brought home to me how critical it is that people both feel safe and are safe, for them to feel that sense of belonging and connection.
And you've referred in that paragraph to you've said people cannot feel a sense of belonging, respect and acceptance if they're subject to vilification, violence or threats of violence by virtue of their faith, race or culture. Would you go beyond that to say people can't feel a sense of belonging, respect and acceptance if they're subject to any form of racism?
So I think all of the research and evidence that we have been seeing as a department and that's been presented to the Commission has underscored that discrimination, racism is one of the core elements that contributes to people not feeling a sense of belonging.
I take it you observed the evidence given by the Race Discrimination Commissioner, Commissioner Sivaraman, the other day.
Yes.
And you recall his evidence, which I think Commissioner Kiss agreed with, that one cannot achieve social cohesion without working to address racism across the community. Would you agree with that perspective?
I would.
And can I then come to ask you, and I'll come back to the topic of the anti-racism framework a little later, but before I get there, can I ask you about the work of the Office of the Social Cohesion, of Social Cohesion. So from paragraph 26 of your statement, you've noted that in January 2023, a Strengthening Democracy Task Force was established, and then in October 2023, following the Hamas attacks on Israel, you established a small social cohesion task force. Could you just explain why that task force was established and what its purpose was?
Certainly. So the Strengthening Democracy Task Force was established in the face of research and evidence showing a decline in confidence in democracy and the importance that people attached to that. That was designed to be a time-limited task force to look at those questions and provide some insights into what was driving that. Following the Hamas attack, I set up a sort of more internally focused task force to respond directly to the needs of the communities affected by those attacks. So to look at what kind of grant programs we needed to establish quickly, what kind of public communication was needed, what kind of engagement with those communities so that we could support them through that period. Both of those pieces of work sort of culminated around the middle of the following year. And as I said, the first was in response to a much broader societal issue. The second was very specifically to make sure that we were doing everything possible to support the affected communities.
And then you came to establish the Office of Social Cohesion within the department. What prompted that establishment?
So the Strengthening Democracy Task Force had reported in July that year. As I said, the immediate work to support communities in Australia affected by the Hamas attacks was running its course, but it was critical that the department continued its focus on social cohesion, on the things that had led us to do those two pieces of work. And so I wanted to bring together the Office for Social Cohesion to provide momentum and a focal point for the ongoing work of the department, noting that we have many levers in the department, all the way from our national security through to our migration programs that contribute.
And so the office was established in September 2024, is that right?
That's correct.
And could you describe what its core functions are as at today?
Certainly. So it performs three main functions. One is a sort of coordination governance function. Initially, as I said, I set that up to coordinate across my own department. As soon as I had done that, it became clear to me that there was a larger coordination job across the Commonwealth. And as I started to work with Commonwealth colleagues, also started extending that coordination out to states and territories, local government, community organisations. And so on that spectrum, the sort of work internally and within the Commonwealth is well developed. We are still establishing those links and ways of working as we spread more broadly out into the community.
And so just pausing there, what are some of the other Commonwealth departments whose work is relevant to social cohesion that the office coordinates with?
So around January 25, I established a secretary steering group within the Commonwealth, which comprises now 11 heads of department and agencies. They are the secretaries of education, of health, of attorney generals, of infrastructure, which incorporates sports, art and communications. We have the head of the National Indigenous Agency, the head of Services Australia, we have the Department of Social Services. So it's the departments and agencies whose mainstream work needs to incorporate the principles and initiatives that will promote social cohesion.
I see. And I might have stopped you. You had three core functions of the office, and I think I stopped you after the first.
Yeah, so the first was the coordination governance. The second is community outreach. So within the department we have a network of community liaison officers, about 50, who operate across the country and with all multicultural communities in a two-way exchange, both to hear and understand how communities are feeling, what they're looking for from government, so that we can feed that into policy and programs. And secondly, to make sure that there is a clear and authoritative voice of government going into those communities, a good example of that is the kind of work we did during COVID to make sure that we were countering misinformation within particular multicultural communities. And then the third function is projects and programs, very much of a seed or pilot nature, because I am very sure that no one office or entity can do social cohesion. It's why I've created the office in a modest way. It's got about 25 people, a budget of $7 million split about half-half between staff and programs, because what I'm really seeking to do is to draw on the strength and capacity of all elements of government and all elements of society to contribute to social cohesion. Even if I made an organisation of 1,000 people, it could not tackle that task. And so I'm trying to ensure that its role is to connect, to seed ideas, to try things that can then be institutionalised, but also to unlock the potential of all of the other organisations we're working with to contribute to social cohesion.
And so in terms of seed and pilot programs, is the department's main role to identify community-led programs that might contribute to social cohesion and then fund those as appropriate?
So, yes, I'm hesitating only because there is almost nothing we do that's not in collaboration with another organisation, and so most of the identification is actually working with other organisations to establish what kind of initiative might work. So I think one of the first examples that I put in my submission in the table was a project that we initiated with local libraries, where we funded the Library Association to establish a series of locally developed and led initiatives in their own libraries, and they were everything from bringing groups together to talk about mental health and well-being, through to language learning or cultural sessions, and they are selected and developed by the libraries themselves. That work had terrific reach and is now being funded for a longer period.
And some of the other programs that the department has been involved in funding include some that we've heard from in this hearing block. So CRISP, for example, is that right? And Brave Conversations that we heard from last week are some examples. I see. And so can I then ask about the Office of Multicultural Affairs and what its remit is?
Certainly. So I described before the Office for Social Cohesion as being a facilitator coordinator rather than a doer. The Office for Multicultural Affairs is more of a doer. They have three primary functions. The first is the management of a very significant grants program. And to give you some sense of the size of that, in our multicultural grants programs from 23-24 for the forward 6 years, that's about $500 million. About 80% of that $500 million is very much community-led and based programs. And in addition to that, there's another $300 million over 3 years, which goes to locally driven settlement services, either specifically targeted at youth or specifically targeted at economic participation. Again, these are things which are grants that are sought by small community organisations for the large part and delivered locally. So it's a pretty significant program.
And when you say settlement services, is that targeted at new or recent arrivals to Australia and helping them settle in the community? Is that what you mean by that?
It is. So we have more formal programs that provide housing support and initial setting up costs. We have a big program that teaches adult migrant English courses, but these are really about things that help new entrants to Australia connect with and settle into their communities, and they are everything from grants to local organisations that are running domestic violence services, through to grants to assist people to enhance their employability and to find secure economic pathways. So that's the first major function of the Office for Multicultural Affairs. The second is the outreach program that I spoke about before, which actually is an OMA function, not a Office for Social Cohesion function.
Okay.
The third social cohesion function is actually research.
Yes.
And I can talk a little bit more about that if you wish me to. So I've spoken about the CLO function that sits within the Office for Multicultural Affairs. And the third is it's just slipped my mind temporarily.
That's all
Ms.
right.
Hager.
So
Let
you
me just
discussed the
refresh
office from
myself.
about paragraph 37 of your statement, and I'm just looking at myself for... you've mentioned part of its role is ensuring government policies, programs and services are accessible and equitable for all. At paragraph 37.
So it's the community function, it's the grants programs, and then it's the settlement services, which I spoke about as part of the grants.
Thank you. And then from paragraph 46, you've described the Secretary's steering group on social cohesion, which you've mentioned in answer to one of my earlier questions, and that's intended to provide a sort of coordination mechanism across different departments who might be involved in fostering social cohesion. Is that right?
That's right.
And you've mentioned at paragraph 50.1 a rapid response team convened by the office, which engaged SSG member agencies to develop immediate policy responses and practical initiatives in response to violence not meeting the definition of a hate crime. Could you describe a little more what that rapid response team was focused on? And when was it established?
So it was established around December 24, January 25, in response to the increasing spate of largely anti-Semitic attacks. So I had a number of mechanisms that were dealing with and thinking about social cohesion in a more systemic way. But I wanted to make sure that we had a capability within the department to respond to the needs of communities in the moment. So to make sure that there was outreach to the affected organisations or entities, that we were able to hear what they most needed in that moment and to feed that into our response. In fact, our community engagement function absorbed that that requirement fairly early on. It just took us a little while to adjust from the style of community engagement, which was more routine, to one which was more in response to an immediate attack. And so as the CLO network stepped into that immediate response phase, the rapid response team focused more on what was underlying the spate of attacks and how should we be responding to it. And so in the period, the sort of 6 months or so that it was operating, as we were establishing how to respond to this changing environment, what it actually did was a couple of pieces of work around hate, which was obviously underpinning the attacks that we were seeing. So they established with SBS Understanding Hate podcast series, and they established a web page on the Home Affairs website to provide tools and guidance for people experiencing hate crimes.
And so is the rapid response team still in operation, or was it just a temporary?
It was a temporary initiative to make sure that we had a capability in place while the system adapted to the new environment.
I see. And so it was primarily the first half of 2025 that it was in operation. Could I then ask you about the formulation of the national agenda on social cohesion, which you mentioned from paragraph 51 of your statement? Could you please start just by explaining in general terms what the aim and purpose of that agenda is?
So it's to provide a framework for us to address the challenges and opportunities of social cohesion at a more national level. I said before that the issues around social cohesion were extraordinarily complex and that it was not something any one organisation could own and deliver a solution to. In the same way, I don't believe that social cohesion lends itself to a plan or a strategy. So what I've been attempting to do, what my team has been trying to do, is establish a framework that gives us a set of common objectives, aspirations, a way of collaborating together, initially across governments, but also with the private sector, with community groups, so that there are many people trying to do really great things to advance social cohesion and to deal with the pressures that it's feeling. We are trying to provide an environment in which those efforts can be coherent, not fractured, sort of maximise their value.
I see. And could I ask you a bit more about that agenda by reference to a document which, if you have a bundle of documents in front of you there, it should be in tab 3. Tab 2, which is an agenda item for a meeting on the 1st of May 2026. BHA.0199.0017.0093. And it has you noted as the lead for this item, so I take it you attended this meeting, is that right?
I did.
What was this a meeting of?
So this was a meeting of the Secretary Steering Group across the Commonwealth that I spoke of before.
And so the recommendations made on this occasion included to agree that the SSG member agencies work with the Office for Social Cohesion and the New South Wales Premier's Department in developing a national social cohesion approach and endorse the proposed social cohesion measurement framework roadmap. I take it those are two recommendations that you put forward at the meeting. And were they adopted?
They were.
Yes. And under the heading Progressing a National Agenda on Social Cohesion, it's noted that a proposed approach to social cohesion be developed in partnership with the New South Wales Premier's Department, and it's noted that that department is developing a social cohesion framework, and the proposed collaboration will provide access to a strong base of existing policy work, research and delivery experience. Could you just elaborate a little more on how that collaboration with New South Wales Premier's Department has played out and where that's up to at the present time?
Certainly. So the Office for Social Cohesion had been developing the national agenda, and I was concerned to make sure that it was not a conceptual bit of work that couldn't actually make a difference and add value more broadly. And so New South Wales was probably the most advanced of our state and territory colleagues in their thinking about a sort of systemic approach to social cohesion in the state. And so the Office for Social Cohesion has been working with them to test the thinking in the national agenda and to establish how we could actually use it in a practical, implementable way to make a difference. And so it really is a process of road testing and developing our thinking with a jurisdiction that has, as I said, made significant progress in its initiatives and frameworks.
And so is it then envisaged that the national agenda for social cohesion would be expanded through consultation with other states and territories as well to develop a unified national approach?
It is. So I will feel more confident taking it out to a broader set of jurisdictions once I know that it works in one. The other thing that's been on my mind with the national agenda is making sure that it is both informed by the thinking that comes through the Royal Commission and then is consistent with the recommendations that the Royal Commission may make. And so for that reason, I've asked the team to continue to develop it, to continue to work with states and territories, as you said, rolling it out more broadly once we're confident with New South Wales, but not to actually finalise it until the Royal Commission reports.
And can you explain, I appreciate it's still under development and will be in light of this Commission's recommendations, but what are the, can you say generally what this agenda might look like? Will it identify particular goals, particular programs? What will it look like in practice, as far as you can say at this stage?
So what I hope is that we will develop not a one-size-fits-all, but a consistent way of talking about social cohesion and what it means, and then, as I said, provide a mechanism through which we can collaborate towards those goals. And it really, one of my staff describes it as the common operating system for social cohesion. So it's not dictating what people should do, but rather saying, if this is where we're trying to get to, what are the local or state or Commonwealth initiatives that will help us get there, and how can we work together on them? It might help also, Ms. Hagar, if I talk just a little bit about the measurement framework and the tools and guidance that underpin it, because I think that helps.
Please do.
Give it life. So,
and before you do that, can I ask, is the most recent reflection of that National Cohesion Measurement Framework the document that is behind tab 3 of your bundle, which is a placemat, as it's been described, DHA.0719.0001.0001. Is that right?
It is. And this is the version of the framework that we took to the Secretary Steering Group a couple of months ago for endorsement. In fact, it might have been the same meeting that you had just taken me to. Yes, so in May.
And so this sets out 3 strategic goals, one of which is individuals experience cohesive communities. The second goal, people and groups remain connected across multiple networks. And a third goal, conditions enable social cohesion. And then underneath that, there are listed various outcomes related to the goal. And beneath that, potential indicators for monitoring those outcomes. Have I interpreted that correctly?
That's right. And then at the very bottom layer are the data sources that we would draw on to make an assessment about whether or not we're meeting the metrics and therefore whether or not we're meeting the goals.
So they include, for example, survey data, which may draw upon the sorts of work done through ANU poll or Scanlon, for example. Is that right?
That's correct. And through the survey that we worked in collaboration with the Public Service Commission on to get time series data on people's perceptions around social cohesion and democracy.
Right. And so I think I interrupted the answer you were earlier giving when I asked you to explain in a little more detail what the national agenda does. You said you'd prefer to refer to the measurement framework. And so was there something else about the framework that you wish to draw to our attention?
I really wanted to draw the link between a framework which might seem a little conceptual and this, which is a very concrete document, taking the framework and saying, if these are our objectives, how are we now going to measure our success? Some of the data sources are well developed, some we are sort of nascent, and others we need to initiate. But I took some comfort from the fact that the team working with Treasury's Australian Centre for Evaluation and with the Australian Bureau of Statistics and with the ANU and the Australian Resilient Democracy Network, that they have pooled the expertise of all those organisations to come up with a credible way of measuring something which I had feared might be very difficult to measure. But I think, this is our early thinking. The team is still furiously working on it. It will come back to our Secretary Steering Group very shortly. And so when I said yes, this is the current version, this is the current official version, lots of work is happening behind the scenes to refine it.
I see. And then on the next page, DHA.0719.0001.0002, we have National Monitoring and Trends Update. And this appears to capture some of the social cohesion trends that the data currently reveals. Is that right?
Yes, it's part of the measurement framework.
I see. And so some of the trends currently observed include what's covered in that national snapshot banner at the top. For example, that Australians feel connected and accepting of diversity, but core drivers such as trust, safety, well-being and shared purpose are under pressure.
That's correct.
Yes. As well as the other matters listed across the top.
And the second box very much goes to the kind of pressures that we see which are challenging social cohesion.
I see. So including financial stress, rising loneliness, discrimination, declining confidence in public institutions and increasingly fragmented digital environments. That's what you're referring to?
That is, and it's been interesting and affirming to hear many of those issues raised by the people giving evidence to the Commission in terms of getting some sense that we're identifying and working on the right things as we go forward.
I see. And so when do you anticipate the next iteration of this might be finalised? You said that it was coming back to another meeting.
It's coming back to our Secretary Steering Group. So I've been using the Secretary Steering Group, which is very much an informal creation, both to generate ideas and thinking about the broad attempts to ameliorate social cohesion, but also to road test the thinking that my team is doing, and to endorse things going forward, so that this is not just the Department of Home Affairs running an agenda, but it's a broader Commonwealth agenda.
Can I then ask you about what you've described in paragraph 52 as funding levers, such as grant agreements? You've said there that the Secretary's steering group is exploring how Commonwealth funding levers like grant agreements can be used to encourage behaviours that support social cohesion and to avoid supporting activities that undermine it. And you go on to give an example of what you call a positive social cohesion clause that has been included in grant agreements. Could I just take you to an example of one of those, which you'll find behind tab 5 of your bundle, DHA.019.0055.0055_R. And the social cohesion requirement is included on the page ending 0060 or page 6 of 13, is that right?
That's right.
And so in relation to this requirement, can you say the first time that this was introduced, this sort of requirement into grant agreements by the department?
So we started using it in September last year, September 25, and have included it in all multicultural grants agreements since then. There are now more than 1,100 agreements that include this clause. And
you said it's included in all multicultural grants?
Agreements, that's correct.
Agreements. So in clause 4A, for example, starting with clause 3, it says, in undertaking this activity, the grantee acknowledges that certain behaviours or actions by the grantee or its officers, employees, contractors, agents may impact negatively on social cohesion, which is defined as the inciting behaviour. And then when you come to clause 4, it says, for the purposes of this agreement, inciting behaviour includes, but is not limited to, the grantee or its officers, etc., making comments on social media or engaging in public activities that incite prejudice, discrimination, violence or hate crime. Can I ask, on your interpretation of that clause, if a grantee engaged in or supported hateful speech in the nature of anti-Semitism, would you consider that to be a breach of this clause?
We would certainly consider it to be potentially inciting behaviour, and we would investigate that with the grantee to establish whether or not they had breached the contract.
All right. When you say potentially inciting behaviour, is anti-Semitism in and of itself not discrimination or inciting prejudice within the meaning of that clause?
So the clause is specifically framed around either inciting those things or supporting people, supporting terrorist groups, etc. And so what we would need to do is make the link between the alleged anti-Semitism and the incitement of prejudice, discrimination, violence and hate crime. I'm sounding legalistic as I answer that. It's difficult to imagine a circumstance in which that would not be the case, but we would have to look at every case on its merit.
I see. And does that clause, on your interpretation, only apply to, say, anti-Semitic speech engaged in the course of the activity covered by the grant, or would it extend to other contexts as well?
So the framing of phrase of paragraph 3 does not limit the behaviour to the grant itself.
And indeed, Clause 6 goes on to say, in the parentheses, either in connection with the activity, this agreement, or otherwise, which does seem to suggest that it covers a broader category of conduct rather than just the activities engaged in pursuant to the grant itself. Is that right?
That's right. So this was initiated in part by a series of concerns with grants that the department had made where, for example, an individual in the organisation granted was engaging in hateful or abhorrent behaviour, and we had limited redress, and it was clear that there was a reasonable community expectation that we address that issue, and that's sort of the genesis for it being framed in this way.
I see. And is there any current consideration of whether a condition like this should be extended across different Commonwealth departments and potentially into different sorts of grant agreements, not just multicultural grants?
There is. In the Secretary Steering Group, we look for not just specific initiatives that we can support, but systemic changes that we can make that would support social cohesion. And so the secretaries of the participating agencies have been working with us on extending this provision to other grants. That work is still underway. It's very easy to make the connection with multicultural grants and the kind of language we have here. What we're currently working through with other departments is how do we make this fit for purpose, and are there grants in which this would not be an issue? And we're just doing that work with other agencies at the moment to see what makes sense in their own contexts. But there's a very strong support from secretaries to do something of this nature more broadly.
Can you presently think of an example of a grant agreement where it would not be appropriate to impose a social cohesion requirement of this kind?
So we've been talking about that, and one could say building a bridge is a kind of very technical grant process, but if in fact the company to whom the money had been awarded was engaging in behaviour that was inciting discord or hatred, then we would have to question that. So we are currently working through whether or not it would be inappropriate in any circumstance.
In other words, there may be good reason for the Commonwealth to adopt an approach that anyone who's given public money, regardless of the particular activity to which it is directed, should not be engaging in hate speech. Would you agree?
Yes, Ms Hager. I'm very conscious, though, that I need to engage with and consult with my colleagues who are responsible for their grant programs to make sure that I'm not speaking on their behalf or anticipating what issues may or may not be in their portfolios.
The Commission has also received a proposal as to other ways in which the government could utilise its purchasing power to enhance social cohesion, for example by establishing a framework whereby the private sector has to demonstrate social cohesion milestones before they could enter into a contract with the Commonwealth, for example. What's your reaction to that sort of proposal?
So I'm really interested in any way that we can use our leverage to advance social cohesion. We saw that proposal and we've been thinking about how we would support, promote adoption of something like that.
I see. Could I then ask about collaboration across different levels of government in terms of pursuing social cohesion? And of course, we've heard from a number of mayors of local councils today, and they've spoken to what they perceive as the role of local government in fostering social cohesion. What role do you see for local government in that process?
I think it's the most important level of government in this context, because it's closest to the communities, and I think all of the research we're seeing is that the more local the initiative, the more impactful it is. Having said that, I think our power will be in working together so that we can support and enable local governments to roll out the sort of programs or initiatives that make a difference. I think I've referred somewhere in my statement to the fact that we've been working with some local councils in Melbourne, in the Dandenong area, to assist in a methodology essentially for how to tackle some of the challenges that they've been experiencing locally. That to me is an example of taking some thinking and research done at a Commonwealth level and then trying to help local governments apply it. We've also got a partnership with the Municipal Association of Victoria. So I think whilst the impact is going to come mostly at a local level, there's an awful lot we can do at state and Commonwealth level to support that impact.
And is it anticipated that local governments will be consulted in terms of formulating the national agenda for social cohesion?
It is.
And did you hear the evidence from the Lord Mayor of Melbourne earlier today about the graffiti initiative that they have in the City of Melbourne, the 1 hour rapid response initiative?
Only I didn't hear it. One of my staff told me that he had been speaking of it.
I see. And one of his recommendations was that there be Commonwealth funding to support rapid removal of graffiti across local councils. I realise I'm putting you on the spot with this question, but do you have a reaction as to, from your own perspective, whether that's a good idea?
So, on the face of it, the proposal is really sensible. The only reason I'm hesitating is because we're going to need to work with local governments and communities about where the biggest impact is, and in fact they will be the people who know best what that is, and so it may be that that's absolutely what the City of Melbourne needs, but it might not be the primary need of, say, a small rural council. And so I think we need to work to make sure that we are funding what matters most for each entity, and that we are not doing one-size-fits-all things.
Can I then ask you about some of the observations you've made from about paragraph 86 of your statement on ways to strengthen social cohesion, and some of these topics you've touched on already, but at paragraph 88 you refer to the importance of leadership. Can I ask you to elaborate on the importance you see of leadership in fostering social cohesion?
So, organisations and people respond to the signals that they get about what is rewarded and what is important in any organisation or community, and the way that leaders speak about or don't speak about social cohesion, the way that they do or don't respond to inappropriate or abhorrent behaviour in their organisations matters an awful lot. We can make all sorts of policy statements at a Commonwealth government level, for example, and have no impact at all on someone working in industry X, because that's not actually what matters in their world. And so for me, if we're going to really advance social cohesion in Australia, or to look at the final question in my witness statement, to, as Ms Siegel puts it, to push anti-Semitism back out to the margins, then we're going to need every sector, every community around Australia to be showing leadership in this respect. In my context, I can lead my own organisation in a way that I think promotes those. I can pull together colleagues across the Commonwealth. What I'm looking at is how do we replicate that across society?
And you've referred to the importance of not only government and political leaders in this regard, but faith, business and community leaders. Does the department currently have any sort of program or mechanism in place to bring leaders of that kind together to have these sorts of discussions about leadership and the importance of it?
The short answer is no, we don't. And part of the reason for me proposing this in my submission was to garner support for such a series of conversations or initiatives to take place.
Can I then ask you about paragraph 97, where you have proposed that there be, you've noted that volunteering and other forms of civic participation strengthen social cohesion, and you're in favour of creating more opportunities in that regard. How do you go about fostering those opportunities, but moreover encouraging members of the community to take them up?
So again, that goes a little bit to the question of leadership and what's rewarded in groups and communities and organisations. We developed a podcast series with, I think, with one of the community broadcasters about the benefits of volunteering in the sports sector, I think it was, so to encourage people to, I think it was called Pitch In from memory. And so we're trying to seed, if you like, this proposition at a local level, because I think that's where it makes most difference. I've seen other initiatives run at a Commonwealth level where people are allowed to take time to volunteer. So I think there's a whole range of things we can do from that very local level to policy changes.
I see. Could I finally then ask you about the National Anti-Racism Framework? That was, of course, published in November 2024 by the Australian Human Rights Commission. And at this point, the government has not yet responded to that framework.
That's correct.
And both your department, the Department of Home Affairs, and the Attorney General's Department have been involved in considering that framework.
That's correct.
Could you please just summarise the different aspects of that framework that the different departments are responsible for? I understand the response is led by AGD, but then the Department of Home Affairs has input on some aspects. Is that right? And what are those aspects?
So essentially the policy around racism, and the Commissioner himself sits within the Attorney General's Department. The reason we are partnering with Attorney Generals is at least twofold. The first I referred to earlier that racism and discrimination are so fundamental to the efforts we're making in social cohesion. A lot of the legislation that we administer, for example, in the migration setting, doesn't go specifically to anti-Semitism. It goes to discrimination, freedom from racism, and areas like that. So it's core to our work. And the second is that we have some of the levers in our programs, in our policy settings that can give life to the kind of principles around the rejection of racism and discrimination in any form.
And what sort of levers are you referring to there, aside from, for example, the social cohesion requirement we looked at earlier?
So the provisions we administer in the Migration Act, for example.
And of course, whether or not that framework is adopted is ultimately a matter for government to decide.
That's correct.
You're aware that representatives of the Attorney General's Department and the Department of Home Affairs prepared a joint statement on the work currently that's been done in response to the National Anti-Racism Framework that was provided to the Commission.
I am.
And you've read that joint statement?
I have.
And so this sets out that following the publication of the National Anti-Racism Framework, the Attorney General's Department prepared a preliminary overview of the recommendations. Is that consistent with your understanding?
It is.
And what was the nature of that overview?
I don't have that detail, I'm sorry, Ms. Hager.
Are you aware that the overview considered each of the report's recommendations and mapped those alongside already existing measures, programs and initiatives across the Commonwealth Government to combat racism?
I am, in a broad sense, and I understand that also incorporated the recommendations of the two special envoys.
I see. Did that work come later, once the two special envoys published their plans? So the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism published her plan in July 2025, and then the Special Envoy to Combat Islamophobia issued his report in September 2025, and then there was there a further process of this time both AGD and DHA mapping government activity against the recommendations made by the special envoys as compared to the National Anti-Racism Framework?
I believe there was.
That mapping occurred in November and December 2025. Is that your understanding?
I'm not able to confirm that, I'm sorry.
That's what's set out at paragraph 10 of this joint statement, but you're not in a position to dispute that, I take it?
No. And I'm not sure if I have the statement in front of me in the package.
Oh, it is in the package. I'm sorry, I should have directed that to you earlier. It's in tab 14.
So I believe what is in the statement to be true, and when I was advised that I might have questions on the National Anti-Racism Framework, I confirmed with Ms Chatterjee, who signed on Home Affairs' behalf, that the material was, to the best of her knowledge, accurate.
I see. And this statement says, paragraph 11, that since December 2025, both AGD and DHA have undertaken further work and provided advice to support the government's consideration of the National Anti-Racism Framework report, including the recommendations in the report. That's consistent with your understanding?
It is.
And as far as you know, government is still continuing to consider the advice that's been provided by both AGD and your department?
That's correct.
And in circumstances where that framework was issued in November 2024 and it's now August 2026, are you able to explain why it's taken that long for the government to respond to the framework?
No, I'm not.
Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Just before you, Mr. Bender, there's just one matter, Ms. Foster. Your department, I think, is responsible for the National Hate Crimes Register.
Yes, so it's one of the portfolio agencies in Home Affairs, the Australian Institute of Criminology, who has published the first dashboard.
Yes.
And the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission has the sort of responsibility for building and managing the database.
Am I right in understanding that there is an intention that it be extended from hate crimes to hate incidents?
So that's certainly been advocated for very strongly, particularly by, for example, the Special Envoy against Antisemitism, on the basis that that would give a better picture of what is actually happening and what's driving the behaviour. We have taken the view initially that we want to capture what's possible to capture right now, so that we don't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and continue to work towards making that as comprehensive as possible. So I understand why that would be desirable. I understand also how very challenging that would be to do.
Yes, in that respect, at present, looking at the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, the Executive Council of Australian Jewry compiles annually reports based on information fed to it by a range of community organisations, together with its own reports. Instinctively, one senses that members of a given community, here the Jewish community, are likely, if they're subject to an incident, to report it to a community organisation rather than a government organisation. That's just an instinct that I have. So what I'm interested in getting your ideas about, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but is it possible to see a national hate incidents database that adds value by collecting all the material from groups like the Executive Council in the case of Australian Jewry, and its equivalent in the case of the Muslim community, but also being a portal where members of the public could make direct complaints of incidents?
So my memory is that the Muslim community has some initiative in place to capture incidents, and I'd be very happy to take that proposition and see if there's something that we can do constructively to bring that together.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Foster, can I take you to paragraph 128 of your statement, please? In that paragraph, you refer to the January amendments to the Migration Act, and you conclude by saying that you will continue to review the effectiveness of the powers and screening process, including whether further refinements are needed. The screening process is the process pursuant to which applicants for visas are screened before the visa is granted, is that right?
That's correct.
Is the review that you're undertaking ongoing, bearing in mind that your statement was dated on 11 June?
So I would describe it as a continuous process. We process just shy of 10 million visas a year, and so we have a very regular stream of feedback, if you like, on the success of our visa process.
I'm going to ask you about some publicly reported examples of situations where a visa applicant passed through the screening process, was granted a visa, and then after arriving in Australia had the visa revoked. The first is a person by the name of Mizanur Rahman Azari. Are you aware of that individual?
I am aware of that case.
Are you aware that he is a Bangladeshi Muslim preacher who was granted a visa to come to Australia on a speaking tour?
I am.
And prior to the visa being granted, he'd been reportedly refused entry to the United Kingdom in 2021. Are you aware of that?
I have seen the reporting on that, yes.
And he had been restricted from preaching in his home country in Bangladesh on some issues. Are you aware of that?
So I'm aware of that from reporting. I think that case was some months ago.
Are you aware that he's reportedly described Jews as the biggest terrorists of the world and a poisonous blemish?
I don't recall the exact words.
And are you aware that the visa was cancelled on the 31st of March of this year after Jewish community bodies wrote to the minister?
I am aware the visa was cancelled.
But you don't know whether or not that was the result of or after Jewish bodies wrote to the minister?
I don't.
And are you aware that at the time at which the visa was cancelled, he'd already delivered a lecture in Brisbane as part of his speaking tour?
I wasn't aware of that fact.
The second case I was going to ask you about is an individual by the name of Sheikh Ahmadullah. Are you aware of him?
I am.
Are you aware that he is also a Bangladeshi Muslim preacher who was proposed to be part of the same speaking tour as Mr. Azari, which was organised by the same organiser?
I'm sorry, I may have mistaken that second name with another, so I'm not sure I'm able to confirm.
Okay. The man I'm asking you about is named Sheikh Ahmadullah, who is a Bangladeshi Muslim preacher on the same tour as Mr. Azari, who had his visa cancelled on the 5th of April. Are you aware of that case?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Can you just assume, for the purpose of the examination, understanding you don't have any awareness of it, that he was on the same tour as Mr. Azari, had his visa cancelled on the 5th of April, and that he'd already been in Sydney for 5 days before the visa was cancelled? Do you understand? Just assume those facts to be true for the purpose of the questions I'm asking.
I can hear what you're saying. I'm afraid I'm not able to confirm.
Okay. The last case I'm going to ask you about is a fellow by the name of Nicholas Ken de Balanthazy, who's also known as Sneeko. Are you aware of him?
I am.
And are you aware that he arrived in in Australia in May 2026, having been granted a visa?
I am.
And at that time are you aware, was banned from YouTube, Twitch and TikTok for hateful conduct?
I was not aware of that fact.
Were you aware that at the time he arrived, he had 3 weeks prior led a crowd in New York in the K-Bar chant, which is a Muslim extremist call for violence against Jews?
I'm not aware of that detail. Perhaps it might be helpful to add that the immigration area of the department is led by Ms. Sharp, who I think has given evidence previously and who would be more across the detail of individual cases.
I understand. With that qualifier, are you aware that his visa was cancelled, that's Sneeko's, after Sky News made some media reports about him in Australia?
I am aware his visa was cancelled.
Now, do you agree, based on your knowledge of those cases that if the department had known the information that it came to know about each individual at the time the visa was cancelled, it would have refused the visa in the first place, never would have granted it?
Yeah.
There's an assumption of the department
Matters that Mr. Bender has put as an assumption to the witness, and the witness has said she's not aware of those facts.
Yes, I think that's fair, at least in relation to one, Mr. Bender.
Okay, I'll focus on Sneeko, who you have some knowledge of. Can I take it that if the department had known that he's not a person who ought to be let into Australia at the time the visa was granted, the visa never would have been granted in the first place?
So we will make a decision based on the facts known to us at the time, whether it is a grant or a revocation.
And presumably, in respect of Sneeko, having cancelled his visa, the department's position is he shouldn't have been granted one to begin with. Is that right?
So I can only, I think, repeat what I said. We will make a decision based on the facts we have in front of us at the time.
I understand that. So I'm asking you to exercise hindsight. I understand that the facts may not have been known to individuals within the department at the time at which the visa was granted. I'm just asking whether, knowing now that his visa was cancelled, whether you agree that it should follow that he never should have been given a visa to begin with.
Commissioner, I object. The timeline is not clear as to what the reasons why the visa was cancelled, when those incidents occurred, when the department became aware of them, and they're all matters that the witness is entitled to know in order to answer that question.
I think the question's not being put on the basis of when the department became aware of the information, Ms. Munro. What is being asked is, had the department known this information, i.e. whatever information the department had that led to the cancellation, would they have refused the visa? So I don't know that a question of timeline is involved. It's an entirely hypothetical exercise.
And to try to address the issue, I'll ask the question in a slightly different
All right.
way. Ms. Foster, can you assume that at the time that Sneeko made his application to enter Australia on a visa, the department knew first that he'd been banned from YouTube, Twitch and TikTok for hateful conduct, that second, 3 weeks before arriving in Australia, he led a crowd in a chant for violence against Jews, and thirdly, he'd published material online presenting Chabad as a criminal conspiracy? If you assume that the department knew all of those things, do you agree that he should never have been granted a visa in the first place?
So the decision maker would have assessed the facts in front of them, and if the facts were identical to those that led to the cancellation of the visa, then it's not unreasonable to suggest that that decision maker would have made that decision in the first instance. But without the facts, I can't assume any of that.
But if you just make the assumptions I've asked you to, which is that it was known to the department that Sneeko had been banned from YouTube, Twitch and TikTok for hateful conduct, that he'd led a chant calling for violence against Jews, and that he'd published material presenting Chabad as a criminal conspiracy. I'll ask it this way. Do you agree that somebody who had done those things, according to the department's policies, should not be granted a visa?
So I can't assume those things. I don't know those things. And the decision maker would have taken all available facts and assessed that application against our legislation.
Okay, so you're not able or willing to provide your view on the hypothetical I've given you as to whether that person should be allowed into Australia on the assumptions that I ask you to make?
So I'm just not able to make those assumptions. What I will say is that if we have information which would preclude someone being issued a visa based on our act, then we would not have issued the visa.
Now, again, making the assumptions I've given you about what SNECO did, just assume that to be true. I know that you can't verify that one way or the other sitting here now, and I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking you to assume that the three matters I raised, which is that he was banned from YouTube, Twitch and TikTok for hateful conduct and had led a crowd 3 weeks before arriving in Australia calling for violence against Jews in New York and published material but as a criminal conspiracy. If you just assume those three things to be true, doesn't it raise a concern that somebody who, wouldn't it, I should say, raise a concern that somebody who engaged in high profile behaviour of that kind made it through the screening process on those assumptions?
So again, I can't assume that because I don't know that. And we assess, as we must legally, every case individually rather than on the basis of assumed knowledge.
Wouldn't it raise a concern that Mr. Azari, the first person I asked you about, who had reportedly been refused entry to the United Kingdom in 2021 and had reportedly been restricted from preaching in Bangladesh on some topics, made it through the screening process and was granted a visa?
So again, I can only repeat, our decision makers make decisions based on the information available to them at the time.
And can you understand that there would be a valid concern amongst the Jewish community that even after the January amendments, people who have engaged in public anti-Semitic conduct of that kind have made it through the screening process and have been removed from Australia only after effectively they've been exposed publicly?
So we will respond and assess any information which we have available to us. We welcome the input from community representatives and others bringing material to our attention. I think I said before that we process just shy of 10 million visas a year. We do due diligence to the best we can.
Now, of course, no doubt the department gets a very large volume of visa applications and monitoring that is a large process, but would you agree that despite being small in number, the three instances I've given of, two of which you're aware of which the person who received a visa later had the visa revoked by the minister because of the characteristics of that person in relation to hateful conduct, that is a matter that is significant in consequence, despite being small in number, when it's happened in the year after Bondi and the conduct involves hatred towards Jewish people.
We abhor any conduct in Australia which incites hate and any conduct directed at Jewish people, and we will always act swiftly when we have information that allows us to refuse or cancel a visa.
Next, I'm going to ask you about the grant program, and I am proposing to show you, with the Commissioner's leave, two documents that have been provided to Council Assisting. I have copies which I can hand up while I'm equally...
That sounds splendid, Mr. Bender.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, for the transcript, I should note that one of these documents is a screenshot of a YouTube video entitled "Who Really Is SNECO? The Manosphere, Islam and Israel" full podcast, published on the One Path Network YouTube channel. And the other document is a printout from the Grant Connect website in respect of Grant Award View GA 568229, which is identified as a grant provided to OPN Media Limited. Ms. Foster, in the YouTube screenshot, can you see that the channel is identified as being One Path Network?
I can.
And that the person Well, are you aware that the person who's on the screen in the screenshot is Sneeko?
I am told that it is Sneeko.
Okay. And can you see from the text underneath the video, in the second sentence, it indicates that he sat down with us in Sydney. And it's dated June 26, 2026. And can I ask you to assume that he therefore gave an interview on the One Path Network interviewer before being deported from Australia when his visa was cancelled?
I can see what the screenshot says.
Okay, and I'm just asking you to assume that he therefore, and you don't have to agree or accept it, but just assume for the purpose of the question that he gave an interview to One Path Network in the period after arriving in Australia and being deported. Can you assume that?
So I don't know that.
Okay. Next, can I ask you to take up the Grant Connect printout? On the second page, there's a reference to the grant recipient details, with the recipient being OPN Media Limited. Are you aware that OPN Media Limited operates the One Path network?
So this has only been brought to my attention very recently, and I don't have those facts.
Okay. You can see from the same page that OPN Media Limited received a grant in the sum of $308,000 with a term of 16 June 2026 to 30 June 2027. Can you see that?
I can.
And can you see the purpose of the grant is expressed about halfway down the page as being to support social cohesion and sustainability of independent multicultural media outlets, etc.?
I can.
Now, if it is the case, and I know you don't know this to be the fact, but if it is the case that OPN Media Limited operates One Path Network, would you agree that it is a entirely inappropriate use of grant money to platform Sneeko, who is a person who has received a lifetime ban from entering this country because of views he's expressed publicly?
So, I understand, were unaware of this screenshot that you provided. We will always, when information is provided to us, investigate its validity and its appropriateness.
And understanding that you need to investigate things properly and form a view afterwards, based on what I'm asking you now, which is that Sneeko, I'm asking you to assume, gave an interview to the recipient of this grant before he was deported from Australia on the manosphere Islam and Israel. Just based on that information, that raises at least a very substantial concern that this grantee is acting inappropriately, doesn't it?
So, as I said, we will always, when we receive information that would suggest that the grantee was acting inappropriately, investigate that. I'm reluctant to say any more at this stage, so I don't prejudice that process.
Okay, I understand. Now, if I ask you to assume that on 5 May 2025, the same YouTube channel published to its website a video entitled "How Australia Faked Anti-Semitic Attacks to Save Israel," which is still online as at 1 p.m. today with over 101,000 views, would that be a matter of concern to you in terms of the propriety of this body as a grantee?
So again, I don't know that fact, and I would need to investigate that.
Okay. Is that something, having had these matters being brought to your attention, you intend to instruct the department to do?
So I think the department has already responded to the initial piece of advice, and if the second piece of advice you just provided then is new to them, I'm sure they will take action on that.
What does the department do to ensure that hateful conduct isn't being engaged in breach of the Social Cohesion Clause by recipients of Commonwealth grants?
So there is a due diligence process that's undertaken before the grant is awarded, and we would respond to any information that comes to our attention.
What does the due diligence process involve?
So there is checking of the public material associated with the grantee.
Does that involve checking the published social media material?
So it can be difficult sometimes to get behind firewalls or other things, but the team will undertake the checks that they can.
The last topic I was going to ask you about is the National Anti-Racism Framework. Are you aware, I take it you've reviewed the framework yourself?
I have.
Are you aware that none of the recommendations within the framework, because it's pitched as a whole of society approach, directly refer to or address anti-Semitism as a discrete form of racism?
I have been made aware of that.
And are you aware that the intention underlying the framework is that racism specific to different communities will be addressed at the implementation phase at some point in the future?
I have been advised that, but I haven't been closely involved in the discussions around implementation.
Now, you've said in your statement of paragraph 104 that anti-Semitism in Australia is widespread, harmful and far-reaching, and that what is needed is targeted action to enable earlier and more effective responses. Do you remember that part of your statement?
I do.
Would you agree that because of the structure of the NARF, it isn't the targeted action that you say is needed, and that other action in addition to it specifically targeting anti-Semitism is appropriate?
So I understand the Anti-Racism Commissioner gave evidence on the framework as is appropriate. It's his framework. I'm very clearly on the record as saying that I believe specific targeted action against anti-Semitism is critical.
And that would be action that goes beyond what's presently in the framework, as it isn't targeted towards anti-Semitism in its present form.
So I can speak to the programs that I have responsibility for and my approach to that. As I said earlier, the policy around the anti-racism is the purview of the Attorney General's Department.
Thank you, Ms Foster. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Ms Hager, anything arising?
Not for my part, Commissioner.
Ah, I'm sorry, Ms Munro. Nothing? No. Yes. Thank you, Ms Foster. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Mayor Will Nemesh.
Yes. Mr.
Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd, I'm sorry.
That's...
My apologies,
that
Mr. Lloyd. You appear for the Mayor.
I do. I understand you have granted leave for both me and my junior, Ms Avery Williams, to
I have
appear for
indeed.
Mr Nemesh.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I be excused with respect, Commissioner? May I be excused, Commissioner?
Oh, indeed, Mr. Bender.
Thank you.
Copy of your statement, yeah? Yes. Will you be taking over affirmation? Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
William Nemesh.
You have prepared a statement dated 21 August 2026.
I have.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement stat.899.0000671_R.
Yes. The statement is admitted.
And there are 4 annexures to that statement, which I also tender.
Yes.
You are the Mayor of Waverley Council.
That is correct.
and you were elected mayor in October 2024.
That's correct.
But you were first elected to council back in 2017.
Yes.
And the Waverley local government area includes Bondi, of course, amongst other areas in Sydney's eastern suburbs.
That is right.
And you are Jewish.
Yes.
You are a grandson of Holocaust survivors.
I am.
And you describe in your statement how members of your family fled Hungary in 1956 to escape the regime there.
That's right.
You also serve on the board of Emmanuel Synagogue.
I have served.
You have served. And Courage to Care.
Yes, I have served on that board as well.
And you have been an elected deputy of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
That's correct.
Now, in your statement at paragraph 7, you have described the Waverley community as culturally diverse. Could you describe the ways in which the community is diverse?
Yeah, Waverley is a very diverse community. The people who live in Waverley make up of 118 different ancestries. There are 33 different religions represented in Waverley, including the largest Jewish population in all of New South Wales. Around 40% of people in Waverley were born overseas, and 20% speak a language other than English at home.
And you've noted that you have community members who identify as Catholic, Greek Orthodox and Anglican, and of course as Jewish.
Yes.
And you've noted that the Waverley LGA has the largest Jewish population of any New South Wales LGA, with over 11,000 people, representing 16% of the total population of Waverley.
That's right.
And that's a quarter of the entire Jewish population in New South Wales, as
Yes.
you understand it. And the submission lodged by Waverley Council notes that Waverley's connection to Jewish life has also been reflected in local civic leadership, including many Jewish mayors, deputy mayors and councillors in the past.
That's right.
And of course there are multiple Jewish schools, synagogues and other Jewish facilities in the area.
Yes.
Now, I will come back, of course, to ask you about the Hanukkah attack at Bondi and the steps the council has taken to bring the community together in the wake of that attack. But can I first of all go a little bit back in time and start by asking how the council has responded to anti-Semitism generally over the last few years. First of all, in the submission lodged by the council, it's noted that because Jewish life is so visible and established in Waverley, anti-Semitism has a particular local significance. Could I ask you to speak to that point?
Absolutely. Waverley has an ongoing and proud history and connection to the Jewish community. Waverley itself gets the name from a house that was built called Waverley House, and that was built in the 1820s by a Jewish free settler. So the connection goes back a long way. Particularly after October 7, there was a disturbing and alarming rise in anti-Semitism that was seen very publicly in Waverley. And that consisted of graffiti, of arson attack, other forms of hate and abuse. And it put the community really on edge, and not just the Jewish community, but the community more generally as well. And I would receive a lot of community feedback of people feeling vulnerable and unsafe, and looked towards council for leadership. So over and above, statements that we put out categorically condemning and denouncing anti-Semitism, we were very proactive at a local government level in responding to anti-Semitism. Waverley was the first council in Australia to produce
an anti-Semitism strategy to combat anti-Semitism at a local government level, and that provides a framework for which Waverley but also other councils around Australia can tackle anti-Semitism through proactive initiatives reaching out to the Jewish community, in our case visiting the Sydney Jewish Museum, visiting our big kitchen, for example, and preparing meals for the broader community, as well as responding to and dealing with anti-Semitic attacks, in particular graffiti.
And that strategy was adopted in 2025, prior to the attack at Bondi, I take it?
Correct, in March 2025, and then Council prepared a model template that was released publicly in September 2025.
And the Council has also been involved in developing a model anti-Semitism strategy for local councils more generally, is that right?
That's correct.
And what does that work involve?
So that was the strategy that was presented at a anti-Semitism conference in the Gold Coast in September 2025. It essentially takes what Waverley had done and put that in more in a template form, because every local government area will have a different sort of connection to their Jewish community. Some areas might not have a Jewish community at all, or formerly had a Jewish community. So it gives each council the flexibility of tailoring their needs and policy, and build into their broader framework for social cohesion and multiculturalism.
And are you aware of the extent to which that strategy has been taken up by other local councils?
I'm aware that a number of other councils have taken that up, or have included elements of that strategy within their broader cultural diversity strategies.
And the submission lodged by Council also notes that anti-Semitism, aside from being something that obviously deeply affects the Jewish community, can also in turn affect social cohesion. How does that work in your view?
Absolutely. The hate that has been seen, and Waverley LGA in particular, directed at the Jews, the Jewish people, isn't just directed at the Jewish community. It's insidious. It permeates across the community more generally to sow division, and it is an issue for which I've sort of publicly called out that needs a multifaceted approach to dealing with. It's not just a federal government responsibility or a state or a local. It's a joint responsibility of our levels of government as well as civil society in combating anti-Semitism and hate more generally.
And what do you see as local government's role in fostering social cohesion?
I think it is crucial. There's an expression that local government just deals with roads, rates and rubbish. And I firmly believe that at its core, local government is really about community, and in fostering safe and cohesive societies. What we do at local government is we enact the hopes and aspirations of our communities, and whether that be in Waverley or more broadly across Australia, it's about creating a more prosperous and a safer community for our generation now, but also for future generations to come. So it is really, really important. And just an observation and perhaps a suggestion or recommendation for the Commission to consider, but at least in New South Wales under the Local Government Act, it doesn't specify that the role of councils is specifically to deal with social cohesion. There is under clause 226, the role of the mayor. It references that the mayor's role is to promote social cohesion, but there isn't another reference in dealing with councils more generally. And given the importance of community at the core of councils, that's something that the Commission might like to consider.
You've noted at paragraph 29 of your statement that in February 2025, Waverley Council co-hosted a social cohesion roundtable at Bondi with Liverpool and Inner West councils. What was the purpose of that roundtable, and what came out of it?
So at that particular point in time, we were seeing a spate of increased anti-Semitic activity, but also hate more generally sprouted in other parts of Sydney. And so myself, a Jewish mayor in Sydney's east, Darcy Byrne, who's a Catholic in the inner west, and Ned Manoon, who's a Muslim mayor in Western Sydney, decided that it was appropriate for us to convene a social cohesion roundtable of the Sydney metropolitan mayors, of which there are 33. In convening this particular roundtable, of which more than 20 mayors were in attendance, we all co-signed a joint statement that was very strong in our condemnation of racism, and that there was no place for racism or anti-Semitism in our society. It called for some action from the state government, and on top of that, I guess a key takeaway from that social cohesion forum was that local government worked very proactively with the state government in developing a toolkit and a template for local councils to combat racism and improve social cohesion. And the state government released their template anti-racism strategy for local government in March 2026, and that followed extensive consultation with the sector. So now that individual councils, instead of reinventing the wheel, have a set of have a strategy that's able to be used and tailored for their particular needs.
And is that template anti-racism strategy something Waverley Council has adopted?
So we had our own cultural diversity strategy that's been in existence since 2021. That actually replaced a strategy that goes back even a decade prior to that. But in terms of what the strategy encompasses, yes, that is included within our own cultural diversity strategy.
Could I then ask you about a couple of examples of social cohesion initiatives that you've referred to in your statement? So one is at paragraph 43, you describe the Culture Waves program. What does that involve?
So the Cultural Waves program is a social cohesion leadership program for 14 to 18-year-old school children, and it's a 5-month intercultural program to teach these young students to be upstanders, not bystanders, to be proud of their cultural heritage, to give them the skills and the tools to be able to combat racism and discrimination, and also to be mentored as well. And there's been 2 intakes of that particular program, and in total there's been about 50 to 60 students that have gone through that particular program, and there was a condensed version between students living in Waverley as well as Liverpool Council, for which there was a government grant for that.
And is it intended to continue that program into the future?
Yes, it is.
And the other example you give at paragraph 46 is the Perfect Strangers initiative. What does that involve?
Yes, so the Perfect Strangers initiative came off the back of a state government social cohesion grant, and it's about facilitating dialogue between strangers in a safe environment. As the program says, they're perfect strangers, they don't know each other, but they come together over shared food and a meal, as well as ideas and conversation and dialogue. And so far there's been 3 intakes and over 150 people that have attended that, and it's certainly a program that is scalable and could be expanded into other local government areas. I think it would be very appropriate as well for that to occur, in order for people to sort of come together in a safe space and build connection and community and resilience.
And so what number of people come along to each of these events?
So for the Perfect Strangers, roughly sort of 50 in each event that is scheduled.
Okay. And how do you identify people for involvement in that program?
So there's a sort of expression of interest, so people register, and as part of that they're asked questions about themselves, or they can ask questions, and through that it's helped to be, a facilitated dialogue can take place.
I see. And does council design those events to ensure that a diverse group of people is coming along to each occasion?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
Could I then ask you, in a context where we've heard from a couple of mayors today about graffiti management, could I ask you about that topic as well? Waverley Council has a graffiti management policy in place.
That is correct.
And it aims to remove graffiti within, it's said in the policy, 48 hours of identification or 24 hours for offensive graffiti. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what reporting mechanisms are available if somebody identifies graffiti that they consider to be offensive? How do they contact council about that?
So they can do that through a third-party app called Snap Send Solve, which I believe was mentioned by a previous mayor, and that goes straight into council's CRM system. They can contact our customer service centre, they can email council, or as often occurs, will contact me or other councillors directly, either through social media channels, email, WhatsApp, or a phone call.
And you heard the evidence this morning, did you, of the Lord Mayor of Melbourne in terms of his 1 hour rapid response initiative?
Yes.
Would you consider adopting something like that in Waverley Council?
I think it's an excellent initiative. It's important for graffiti to be removed, particularly offensive graffiti, as quickly as possible. There is a social harm in leaving offensive graffiti up for an extended period of time. Whilst our policy endeavours to remove it within 24 hours, our actual lived experiences, it's done much sooner than that. Generally within a couple of hours, offensive graffiti is removed entirely. And we have a dedicated team. We insource our graffiti removal, and so our council staff are able to swiftly respond to reported incidences of particularly offensive graffiti.
The Lord Mayor also gave evidence, I think, that under their relevant legislation they're not able to remove graffiti on private land even if it's visible or accessible from public land without the consent of the owner. As I understand it, the position under New South Wales legislation is a bit different in that council can remove graffiti on private land which is visible and accessible from public land even without the consent of the owner. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Do you know, does council utilise that power very often?
They do. Where there is graffiti on private land and it's accessible only from the public domain, can that graffiti be removed? If it's not accessible from the public domain, then the council staff would need to arrange a time or a form of assistance to the private landowner to have that graffiti removed. But in terms of Waverley itself and the experiences within Waverley, most of the graffiti found is in the public domain, and the majority is on public infrastructure assets. Bus stops, could be electrical boards, a range of public infrastructure that is visible and can be easily accessed as well. Council keeps a register and a log over and above the existing requirements in the legislation, and that was based on a motion I'd put up in late 2024 to ensure that specific forms of hateful graffiti, offensive graffiti, and in this case anti-Semitic graffiti, is specifically noted in the current framework in the National Register of graffiti. It's only the location, the cost and the time, but it doesn't specify the need to record whether there is or it has been offensive graffiti and what kind of graffiti that is. At Waverley we try to record that information to get a better data set of what actually is occurring.
Could I then finally ask you about the steps that Council has taken in the wake of the Hanukkah attack at Bondi to support and bring the community together. Your statement sets out, for example, steps that the Council has taken to honour victims and also to support the community in the mourning process. And one of those events was the Light Over Darkness commemoration event at Bondi Park. That was held on the final day of Hanukkah in 2025, is that right?
That's correct.
And why did you consider it important to have that event?
So that event was largely driven by the New South Wales State Government alongside Chabad Bondi and the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies, but Council helped to facilitate that particular vigil and memorial essentially a week or so after the terrible terror attack down in Bondi. Council has taken a number of, measures to try to bring the community together and help it heal, both specifically targeted at the Jewish community but also the broader Waverley community as well. And in doing so, we have had a number of events or programs with artists, using artists for artistic expression. So we've had the Holding Light exhibition in our Waverley Art Gallery, which was a collection of artworks or sculptures where members of the community, both Jewish and non-Jewish, displayed their particular artwork, and that was very sort of well received by the community. A lot of people went through Bondi Pavilion to have a look at what those artworks were. We've also dedicated a number of sea mural panels as well for artistic expression to commemorate what has occurred. It was important initially after the attack to have some kind of temporary memorial until there was a permanent memorial established. So it was a beautiful Chanukiah that was commissioned for the Hanukkah in 2025. It's called the Sanukiah. It's a solar powered Chanukiah, and that was up in Dover Heights, and now that sits in Archer Park, and it will remain there until there is a permanent memorial that has been established. In terms of the role of local government in this process, important for me to note that a couple of days after the terror attack, through local government New South Wales and its President Darcy Byrne, along with Waverley Council, helped to facilitate over 40 mayors from over New South Wales who came to Bondi to lay wreaths as tribute and to stand in solidarity with our community. And subsequently through local government New South Wales as well, there's been a particular Rotary fund that's been established for councils if they would like to support financially the families of the victims and survivors, and that's been a very collaborative role with our local government partners in assisting us with that. And we also held most recently a Shabbat dinner down in Bondi Beach, and that was the end of May. That was with about 250 individuals, Jewish, non-Jewish, interfaith, from multicultural communities, members of parliament, other mayors and local councillors, and that was a really important event for our community to show solidarity with the Jewish community, but also just to break barriers and bring in the wider community into what is a beautiful Jewish tradition. And noting as well that particular event, due to security and other infrastructure requirements, was very expensive. It wasn't budgeted within council's budget, but the community more broadly saw great benefit in what we were trying to do, and about 80 to 90% of that was actually privately funded from corporate donors as well as other individual partners. So it really brought in a whole range of community for this particular initiative.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Well, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
You are excused. And I will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.